I am Alpha and Omega, Optimal Optimus. Now and forever, until the end of time!
Snooping as usual, I see. 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 Snooping as usual, I see.
All right, and I guess that's the signal. Hello, everyone. Hello. How's it going? I see Strideways is in here already. But yeah, we are just revving up. We are revving up for stuff. My model has been really slow for some unknown reason I don't understand. Like, seriously, I don't know why it's running as slow as it is. It's kind of been ridiculously sluggish. I'm just gonna try closing it down and see if I can fix it. Like, I just launched it too, which is what's throwing me. Like, it's like, why is it running so slow?
I'm from fucking Florida! Ow!
Ah, yeah, like PNG Tuber Remix has been really sluggish tonight. I don't know why. I don't know why it's being so sluggish. It's annoying. It is a bit annoying, but oh well. Yeah, like it's just being really slow. But anyway, we are here. We are here to do some arting, and yes, we are gonna be. I'm gonna be putting some stuff on. I'm gonna put some. I also have. Let's switch over to the art screen actually, because yeah, we're doing some arting, and we're gonna be doing some art raffling more specifically, because I have stuff to work on. Uh, oh, okay. Where's the other? Where's the other thing in that tab? Sorry, I'm just trying to find where I put that tab again, because we are going to be working on Tank Hunters OC as the second art raffle prize, because I still have another chibi art raffle prize to do. Seriously, God, why is my model being so slow tonight? I don't know. It's really dumb. I probably need to restart, but I'm going to defiantly not restart because I shouldn't need to restart. But yeah, it's been a good few days. Like, we didn't stream yesterday, and that is entirely because live action One Piece happened. And look, I'm sorry, but live action One Piece takes priority. I went and saw the first couple of episodes in theaters, and then went home and just kept watching, and then went to sleep, and then went to work, and then got home, and then just kept watching. So yeah, we have finished season 2 of live action One Piece, and seriously, oh my God, why is this model being so slow? It's ridiculous. I'm just gonna, you know what? I'm just gonna try restarting some stuff. Let's restart some processes, because something is bogging up my computer. I don't know what. Yeah, I guess. Where is? Right. I bet that if I launch Task Manager, it's gonna slow stuff down even more. But we'll see. Uh, yeah. Task Manager is bogging everything down even worse, because of course it is, because that is the state of Windows in this day and age. Hooray! Hooray for living in the world where Windows is just plain broken. Thank you so much, Microsoft, for giving me a setup where I have to actively just use Task Kill on the Task Manager. And oh, okay, that sped everything up again. Cool, excellent. So restarting the browser is looking like it's going to fix the responsiveness and stuff. So anyway, we are going to be doing a couple things. We're going to be arting, and we are going to be putting on some other stuff too, because yeah, I want to what you call it? Oh, who's back now? What did I miss about someone being back? But okay. Anyway, we're gonna start some arting.
I know everything!
Oh, and we're kicking off with a Transformers fact. Okay, cool. All right, so let's start this off with a Transformers fact about let's talk about Rat-Bat, one of my favorite cassettes. Because Rat-Bat's fairly unremarkable in the Generation 1 cartoon, but he got quite a bit of backstory under Bob Budiansky's pen over in the Marvel Comics, because Bob decided to make Rat-Bat one of the higher ups in Cybertron. Oh, okay. Yeah, no spoilers. I haven't listened past episode 4. No spoilers. So we're listening through 5, 6, and 7 tonight. But anyway, though, yeah. So Rat-Bat was introduced as a higher up in the Decepticon hierarchy on Cybertron. The Decepticon. Anyway, the Decepticon like fuel auditor, and he was very much the guy who was like essentially giving like the guys on Earth, telling them, oh hey, you can only do this much stuff because we only have so much budget for energy. Like, I think the best part is like in one of his earliest appearances, Rat-Bat finally got convinced by Shockwave to yes, he was Derek's favorite cassette. We disagreed on why he's favorite cassette, because Derek did not like comics Rat-Bat, but that's his problem, not mine. But anyway, though, seriously though, like what I love though is like in one of his first appearances, was when Ratbat, finally acceded to Shockwave's request to send through some support, and they sent through Triptychon. Oh, there must be a bit of a delay. Okay, probably because the machine went really choppy for a sec there. If you're only doing the 6.7 reference now. But anyway, uh, yeah, stupid Twitch delays. Anyway, though, so Ratbat was what you call it, the Decepticon fuel auditor. He sent Trypticon through the space bridge to you know, take out the Autobots for them. And Trypticon was actually incredibly effective. Like they did not beat Trypticon. What happened was Trypticon got recalled by Ratbat because Ratbat went, "Yo, you've used your allocation of energy for the day. Yeah, I'm not paying for you to do this anymore. Come back to Cybertron." It's kind of amazing. Hmm. Yeah, seriously, I love Ratbat. I love me some Ratbat. And ever since then he's gotten a much more prominent billing role in stuff. So anyway, we are going to bring up our art reference stuff, which is in the same browser window as Cadix case files. So I'm going to put the case files on. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's great. That's fantastic. I mean, like bats are awesome. So yeah, that's a fair reason to like Ratbat. Anyway, we're gonna chaotic case files it up, and I'm gonna get to drawing. And part of that drawing is actually gonna be some. I'm gonna have to figure some stuff out because, as you can see with the design there, like I need to do a chibi of this, and because this is me, I am coming at this from a but will can I still make the design transform standpoint. So stay tuned to this picture here while I try and think this through in terms of okay, how would this still work as an actual transforming design? So which is why I did this one second because I wanted to actually put some thought into this. So anyway, we're gonna KX case file it up, and we are going to yeah. All right, let's grab the tablet and let's start drawing. And is it? Actually, I don't know if it's working properly. The actual drawing. I need to reconnect this thing. Let's try this again. I just went in and went, oh hey, this is lagging. There we go. There we go. Still a bit of lag. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. God. Anyway, let's think through a transformation. God. Uh, Charlie. Yep. God, the poor Chaotix copter. Oh my. General. Nice, we get to have some vector flirting. General's reminding me a lot of like Sonic Heroes Omega here. It's probably the vocal effects. Let's see. Let's see. All right, now we get to have vector flirting. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There's vector. Yeah, yeah. Mm. Let's bring this out a bit more. Oh, nice. You got Chowcate sounds in there. I like all the cheese sounds in the background. I just saw your remark. Is that Roger voicing in general? Of course. You don't say, Vector. Oh. Mm, Let's start doing another quick sketch. I'm not happy with this one so far. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, Eggman. Oh my god. Let's make this a stock here design. my god. My god. This is just so fun. Yeah, I really like the balance with like Eggman is proud of his daughter, but Eggman is also proud of his daughter in the way that like someone who is proud of who is narcissistic is. And that it's very much more look at the thing I made as opposed to look at how great she's great because I made her as opposed to like Yoshi is great. Let's see. God, the narcissism here. I love it. I love it. Which one's the? There we go. I appreciate that Eggman figured that out. Yeah, that's true. Oh, oh my God.
God, this is so peak so far. Yeah! Hmm.
Hmm. Hmm. Could Red Spectre be? Hmm? Hmm. Phantom Ruby? Phantom Ruby related? Come on. You know this, Charmy. Hmm? Oh, it's Rouge. Yeah, I need to make this wider. But I'm not going to. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
She's gone.
Use the piccolo technique. Oh my god, it's a jazz version of Eggman. I want this arrangement. I want this arrangement of Eggman. Oh, crap.
Snooping as usual, I see.
That's what happens when my computer suddenly decides to just put itself into to sleep there. I don't know, but hold up. I'm gonna rewind a bit there. I missed it. I missed a little bit there. Hmm. And then that's what brings us up to present day, I guess. Ah, now we're caught up. Okay. Now we are caught up. And God, this has been so much fun. But yeah, we're gonna have ads running in not too long. So I'm gonna just yeah, I'm gonna pause this. I'm gonna pause this because yeah, we're got an ad starting shortly, and I will see you all once the ad is done. And we'll get the next episode of Chaotic Chronicles. Mm-hmm. All right, and we are back. We are back from the ads. And with that said, let's see. It's time to whatchamacallit. Sit back down, take a sip of tea, and keep listening to Chaotix Chronicles while we draw. Because, yeah, we are almost caught up now on Chaotix Chronicles. We're just hitting next week's episode now. Let's see. I'm still not a big fan of this chibi so far. I'm trying to figure out what it is I need to adjust. Mm. Mm. Ooh. Everyone's here. We got Sonic out.
Yeah. Yep. Ooh. He does, yes. He really does think that. Oh, what? What? Hmm. Uh, Man, this is so good. Finally, someone's doing something with Infinite. Oh man. God, this is so good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh. What?
God. Infinite is great. And then Shadow killed them all. Yeah, because Shadow beat you all.
Hmm.
This is just the Mr. 3 fight from One Piece, isn't it? Of course he doesn't like Sonic. Get in line. Mhm. Wait, wait, a benefactor? There's a bigger question here. Who gave him the lens? That feels like a Starline move, but he's dead. Hey, you're ripping off one of my OCs. That's never good. Hey, man. Hey, man.
Oh, he's gonna punch Eggman's ship. Why don't next time? Yeah. Oh man, we gotta wait for next week. God. Yeah, like oh man. This is good. This is peak. This is really good. Yeah, that's totally Starline who is working with him, isn't it? Let's be honest. That's totally Starline. Like that is the most obvious pick, I would say. Hmm. Like it's just that whole yeah, Starline fits like a glove as far as a character here. Well, Clutch is just like a gangster though. Like Clutch, yeah, yeah, Clutch has his. I don't know. Clutch feels a bit too small time to be doing something like this. But we'll see. Yeah, we will see. But yeah, watch as it turns out to be that it's like yeah, like the mm-hmm. Watch as we get like an end credit scene that's like a Starline or something like that. Yeah. But seriously though, oh my God, so good, so good. Oh, oh man. Oh man. So yeah, I'm gonna have to put something else on now just to listen to. Let's see. No, I don't know. I don't know if it's Black Doom. Black Doom's not really the type to do that sort of thing though, in terms of speculation. I mean, if anyone else has any theories in chat, that said, if anyone else got any theories in terms of the benefactor, like I feel like Starline is like the most obvious candidate for whoever's behind this. That feels like the obvious pull, especially if we're doing Tangle and Whisper. But yeah, oh my God. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That opens the door for Surge and Kit. And let's be honest, Starline has been like considering when this has to take place in canon because because this involves because Sage has shown up, we know that this is relatively recent in Sonic canon. So Starline has been MIA for quite a while, for like what, like a few years now or whatever. Like in terms of actual, in terms of just like where the actual book canon was, like Starline's been MIA for quite a while now. Like he's been assumed dead, but like he's the only other person I could think of that would have the. I mean, you know what? You know what could be fun actually in terms of things that they could do for bringing in. Just this would be a bit of a poll. I don't see them doing this. I don't I don't see them doing this, but what would be fun is to use this as an opportunity to introduce like I don't know, like introduce a Agent Stone, a version of Agent Stone or something like that in the game continuity. Yeah, but Nega's too flamboyant. Nega's kind of like Eggman turned up to 11 in terms of flamboyancy. So I don't know if Eggman, like Nega's not the type to stick to the shadows. Starline is the guy. Like Eggman isn't really a shadowy character either in general. He's a bit too megalomaniac. He likes having his name out there front and center, and Nega is even worse than that. Hold up, I'm just getting a quick drink here. But like Starline is the guy. Starline is the guy who will keep. He will keep to the shadows while he's putting all pieces into place, and then he will show up, and then he will get all egomaniacal. But he will generally be. But he has more patience than Eggman does. Like Starline is also has like some massive character flaws, but yeah, but Memphis, Tennessee needs someone to make him exist again. Like that's the problem with him. Like Mephiles technically isn't canon because he's erased from canon. So like that but I feel like Starline is like the most obvious choice here. I feel Starline is the most obvious one for like who's behind the entire caper. Especially because of the fact I'm just trying to think if there's any other potential candidates. Yeah, it'd be interesting. What I'm very curious about. I am very curious about this. Incidentally, I've been starting to cobble this together as a theory, and this is just my entire theory. I am kind of wondering if Tori is a Robotnik. I'm kind of wondering if Tori is actually a Robotnik. Especially given just the whole background, like like archaeology and stuff like that. Like, I don't think she's an evil Robotnik, to be clear, but I'm wondering if she's a Robotnik. Anywho, yeah, I'll put some music on or something in a sec. Let's see. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna hold up. I'll put some music on in a minute while I draw, and we'll do some of that. Yeah, I honestly don't know where Sega stands on some of those characters. That's a good question. I'm honestly not sure where Sega stands on some of that cast. Yeah, but let me see. I am going to put some music on. I know, you're doing some deep pulls here, but let's put some music on. Let's put some Sonic stuff on because of the fact that now I'm sad that I don't think I actually have the Forces. I don't think I actually have the Forces soundtrack on my Sonic list because now would be a good time to. You know what? We're gonna do this on YouTube. I'm just gonna bring up Infinite's theme because you know what? This is a good time to do that. This is a good time to bring up the Infinite theme. So let's do this. But yeah, I really like his motivations though. And again, there's the part of me that's like, oh hey, they ripped off an OC of mine without knowing that they ripped off an OC of mine.
Hold on, I gotta sing along to this.
Oh hey. I was wondering if you would notice that I'd hopped into an audio channel. God, I love how edgelordy this reads now. The lyrics for the Infinite theme.
I can't
It's
listen
the
to it while
edgelordiest
I'm
thing.
on voice chat. Sorry. I know it's great. I love this theme. It's one of my favorite Sonic songs.
Yeah, hold up. I need to turn this down a little bit so I can hear my Discord. But yeah, seriously, like, Infinite is like the edgelordiest guy.
I am the tallest of mountains. I am the roughest of waves. I am the toughest of terrors. I am the darkest of days. All right. I know I'm out of sync with the song, but I had to turn the audio on the stream off.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah,
But yeah,
God.
like I said, I really like the idea that it's Starline just because it's like the two worst monsters Eggman ever created in some form, and now they're both like on a revenge tour against him. That's terrifying.
Yeah, yeah.
The two
Except
guys who,
Starline is kind of a bit of a fool, but yeah, like in his own way.
yeah,
Like he's like
doesn't make Starline any less dangerous.
Starline's character flaw is that he thinks he's better than Eggman,
Yep.
and it's
I mean,
weird
he's
saying
worse
that
than
as a
Eggman in
character
like
flaw
more than.
because that also means that he will make mistakes that Eggman won't make because Eggman does have Eggman does generally learn when he touches a hot stove.
Yep.
Like Eggman touches a hot stove, he learns from touching the hot stove. Starline, fanboys over Eggman, sees that Eggman touched a hot stove, and then rather than going, oh, and I shouldn't touch that hot stove because Eggman did, and look how that went, he goes, oh, obviously I could do so much better a job of touching that hot stove than Eggman ever could.
Yeah, especially with the chaotic case files confirming that Eggman did probably plan ahead for Infinite potentially betraying him. And that's why the Phantom Ruby overloaded or whatever.
I mean, like, I'm just thinking of the fact that, like, in this case here, just looking at how the whole thing went for Starline's arc in the comics there with regards to, God, I really need to catch up on comics. I'm way behind on the
So
comics,
do I.
but,
So do I.
but yeah, like, I'm just
But
thinking
yeah,
I'm just thinking right now of how Starline, like, is responsible for the entire Metal Virus arc
yep.
and
I still think it's
everything that
kind of
went
great that
wrong in the Metal Virus arc. And there was a reason that Eggman lost patience with Starline by the end of it because Starline kept making really stupid calls.
yep. Again, like Starline, he's more evil than Eggman, but he's also not as smart as Eggman.
Yeah, he just thinks he's as smart as Eggman. He's a genius, yes, he is absolutely a genius, but he is a genius who is unable to actually who's even worse than Eggman at the consequences of his actions part of his plans.
He's a wannabe influencer, as Surge put it.
He's a fool.
Yep. A very dangerous fool, though. Fools can still be dangerous. I mean, look at real life.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Stupidest people in the world tend to be some of the most can be some of the most dangerous.
Mm-hmm. I'm just thinking right now, just trying to think of a good gag with regards to Starlight or something like for it the next time he shows up. And it's like, I'm just trying to think of something like with regards to, it's like, say Starline shows up and it's, I don't know. I'm just trying to think of the whole thing of having Starline show up and just figure out a way to recreate that classic gag that is a platypus.
Starling the platypus.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Just trying to think about how to do that with Starline.
Yeah, God, I love it. If I think Ian is writing this. It's either Ian or Evan,
Ian
right?
is right. Yeah, Ian's the writer on this stuff, I think. So, I did read. I do know that
No.
incidentally that Infinite is a recast for this. Like Liam O'Brien didn't come back.
I know,
Um,
sorry.
I forget who it is. I think it might be Sayu who's doing
It's
doing
Alejandro
Infinite.
Saab, same guy as it's Alejandro Saab, same
Yeah,
guy
yeah. So
who did
So
Demerol.
Sayu's voicing. So Sayu's voicing Infinite. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Like I had a
I've been
feeling. I
waiting
knew
for
there was
Ian
some
Flynn.
character. I knew there was
I've
some
been
sort of new character thing because I saw like Ian mention like that Sayu had some role in this and was doing double duty and that he'd knocked it out of the park. But I'd avoided spoilers otherwise.
knowing smile.
Oh yes, yes, yes. That is the Ian quote of Ian quotes. Knowing smile.
Yep. I
Funnily
feel
enough,
like
I think
this is
in
I've waited.
retrospect, I think I
This is
kind of clued into the fact that Infinite was in this purely because of the fact that, like, I think you made a. I think it was what you said in chat there, coupled with the fact that there's a streamer that I follow who does a lot of Sonic art and stuff like that, and
yep.
she's drawing Infinite tonight.
Yeah, I knew about it. it was infinite. So
So as soon as I put that together, I was like, oh, I'll bet that's why she's drawing infinite, isn't she?
finally, Ian gets to write infinite. I've been waiting for this day for so long.
You
After
say
seeing what he
finally
did
Ian gets to
making
write
Black
infinite,
Doom,
and what you mean is finally Ian gets to write infinite again.
yeah,
Because he did write infinite in the prequel comic for Forces.
good point.
And that is the comic where Infinite was leading his mercs and got beat the crap, and Shadow beat the crap out of them all. So really, this is all Shadow's fault.
Still owes that. Yep. I still think well, I mean, can't really blame Shadow for Starline though. If Starline's involved.
Well, no, you can't blame him for that. You blame Eggman for that one because Starline is a Eggman stan.
And who was the one who released Shadow? And the reason again?
Oh, you mean Dr. Eggman?
Yep.
Hmm?
Ultimately, Eggman he learns not to touch the hot stove again, but he doesn't seem to learn that he shouldn't try to meddle with things that are more evil or more dangerous than he is.
That's because Eggman generally
Beings or things that are more.
Eggman wants to control those things. That's why.
Yeah.
Eggman thinks he can
I
control
think
that
he's.
stuff.
I mean,
And in
I mean to
fairness,
be
a lot of
fair,
the
Shadow
times,
didn't.
if it weren't for blue rodents, he would be successful in controlling that stuff. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Like he probably could have controlled chaos if Sonic and his friends hadn't meddled with it.
Well, I mean, like Dark Gaia, for instance, even that, like he kind of figured out how to control Dark Gaia.
Yeah. And
Like,
also Dark Gaia, Shadow, Chaos. None of them really turn out to be truly evil the way Infinite or Starline have.
I think really the biggest Eggman miscalculation, I would argue, would actually be his grandfather's diary.
Yeah.
Because Eggman could not possibly contemplate the idea that his grandfather had essentially left the diary just as a attempt to do a revenge tour, a posthumous revenge tour.
Yep.
And that is one thing I do love that they got right in the
Eggman
movie
never
there, like
thought that his
in terms of when just doing Gerald in the present day, that they kept Gerald just as a villain who was. Yeah, I really liked how they handled the heel turn with Gerald.
So do I.
Especially because they kept dropping hints. Like, if you were paying attention, like you could and we're kind of looking for it, you kind of picked up that, yeah, Gerald is clearly like leading on his grandson. Although
This
you
is
don't
a
get the
Gerald who's gone
confirmation until that
insane.
line where
Like,
he makes that line where it's like, you're no Maria. And then that is just and that is like
yep.
but again, like that is like just speaking to the, hold up, I'm just getting some tea ready to steep, but that just speaks to the movies and how they took what was a one-off line in the first movie that was just like a punchline with the whole thing of, oh, I'm an orphan, it's like, and you're making fun of me sort of thing there. They took that and built an entire character arc for Eggman out of that one line.
Yeah.
And credit to
It
them
actually made
because
you
they
feel
made it
bad for
work really,
Eggman.
really well.
Like, it's amazing that they actually made you feel bad for Eggman because, like, he is a little bit more. He was previously a little bit more evil in the movies than he was in the game. But after that,
Was he really? Was he really?
I guess not.
Eggman is very much the performative evil in the movies.
Yeah.
Like, this is somebody who was calling his
He's trying.
robots badniks, like before he even like went the whole head shape route. He knew he was a villain.
In other words, yeah.
Like, Eggman was full on performative evil. He wasn't evil. I mean, he was, because he was full on doing like government wet work, but he was doing state sponsored wet work because that let him do performative evil.
He's basically a guy trying to be evil. He's just better at it than Doofenshmirtz.
Yeah,
Bad guy
pretty
trying to
much.
be
Yeah,
evil.
he's someone who caused. And the real villain, the real villain of Sonic 1 is actually the elements of the U.S. government that went on to form Gun, because the fact that they were full on like actively using him as an operative despite knowing that he was unstable.
Yep.
Like that first conversation there. I mean, like, Like you all heard what you all heard what's his name you all heard like Saltai there like from Battlestar Galactica, like Eggman is insane.
Wasn't that Gary Chalk?
No.
Or was he a
Gary was
different
in the
guy in
scene.
the
Gary was in the scene, yes, but I can't believe I'm blanking on the actor's name. Who played the other general there? Who was like Ty in Battlestar Galactica? Like he's another Vancouver area actor.
I still think it's funny that Gary was in that, considering his previous role in Sonic was, well, he had a few roles in AOSKH, and he was also like Robotnik in
Underground, yes.
Underground, but you know which role I was thinking of.
Oh, I do. But I mean, like,
It's
let's
almost
be
like Robotnik put a brain in your head. Silence.
let's be honest. I'm not overly surprised at the fact that Eggman was a what you call it. Sorry, that Gary was in that because it was a movie shot in Vancouver, and those are the types of small roles that
Yep.
Gary has experience in as an actor. Like those types of like
There's only so
he
many
is.
actors.
I mean, like he plays a lot of authority figures.
Yep, and there's only so many actors in Vancouver.
And he's like probably one of the go-to people when you want like the older authority figure who can pull off a general or something like that.
Yep. I mean, look at who he's most famous for voicing. A guy who's not exactly old, but he's still an authority figure.
Oh, I was thinking even just like Stargate SG-1 where he's Colonel Chekhov.
Oh, I know that, but you know who I was referring
Yeah,
to.
and then don't
Well,
forget the one
that's
that
just crime.
don't forget that Scooby-Doo TV movie where he's the principal.
Yeah. Wasn't
And
Scott McNeil in one of the
honestly, it's
live
kind of
action
fun. Like
Scooby-Doo
they use him
movies?
as like one of the red herring villains in that film, and he's not. But
Well, they should have used red herring, clearly. You know, red herring, the
oh
guy
yeah,
Fred is obsessed
I
with,
know
like,
who red herring is. Although,
Fred
look,
tries to blame
let's
everything
be
on.
honest. I think one of the best celebrity cameos that Scooby-Doo ever did was Harlan Ellison explaining to the Harlan
Yes,
Ellison
yes,
in his
yes.
second appearance in the series, explaining to them that they had that they had rewritten the timeline, and that because he's Harlan Ellison, of course, he remembers the old timeline.
I love Mystery Inc. Truly,
But I mean,
I
like, I
think that might
love
be the
that
best.
because, like, that is just Harlan Ellison in a nutshell, right there. That's like, of course, Harlan Ellison has the ego to be like, oh, of course, Harlan Ellison remembers this old timeline because he's Harlan Ellison. Like, the man had an ego. The man was also like miles ahead of everyone else when it came to realizing how important, like, protecting his copyrights and IP was. Considering that he never gave like a fraction of an inch.
Yeah,
Like if anyone, the minute he got a whiff of anybody using something that was similar to one of his stories, he was suing.
fair enough.
Like hell, have you heard the Marvel Comics story with Harlan Ellison?
No.
Oh yeah, so he sued Marvel Comics once because, as it turned out, I think it was Bill Mantlo who was the writer there. Fullen had like ripped off, like plagiarized a Harlan Ellison story.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Kind of a big
and
deal.
he threatened to sue because Harlan, is very quick to that, and he pays attention to like that sort of stuff. And the settlement, like he did settle. Like for him, it's more about the principle of the matter than anything, and wanting the apology and not doing it. His settlement was a lifetime subscription to all of Marvel stuff.
God. I don't know why that's so funny to me. It is.
I mean, I don't
Seems
do.
like a
Did
Harlan
he
Ellison
read all
thing.
that stuff? Probably not. But like, yeah, that feel. I just kind of love that as a settlement because it's like, because they knew he had a case. That's the thing. Like they were like, oh God, he's right. I think it was because yeah, Jim Shooter wrote about this on his blog years later, and I think because he was the one who was EIC at the time, and he was like, yeah, Harlan has us dead to rights.
He's kind of one of the best editors in chief Marvel ever had, honestly, Jim Shooter, from what I understand.
Yeah, I got to meet him once. Actually, did I talk to
Is he
him?
still
I'm trying
around?
to
Is
remember if I
Jim
talked to
Shooter
him or if I
still
just went to
around, or
his
did he
panel.
pass away a few years ago?
He did, yes, but like I went to one of his. He did a panel at Calgary Expo years ago. That was like it was the standard Jim Shooter panel that he does at like events and conventions and stuff. And that panel is essentially like why Jack Kirby was an amazing visual storyteller. And he actually has the whole thing on his website too. It's probably still up there somewhere
Honestly,
online.
just from what I know about Marvel Comics, like when Jim Shooter was EIC, I think like that was like the golden age of Marvel in like the 80s. He was in the 70s too, right?
Yeah, 70s and 80s. Yes, he also, a lot of people didn't like him at Marvel by the time of his end of his tenure too, to be fair.
Oh,
He did
damn.
have a lot of enemies, like among writers and among people like staffers and writers and stuff at the company, but
That's a shame.
yeah, but he's also somebody who, when he came in as editor in chief, was flat out told when he came in that, it's like he was essentially like meant to be like a desk warmer because they figured that the company was like, on the way down. So he was
Yeah.
essentially like in there to just steer them through to shuttering, and he did the opposite
Yeah,
because
Marvel
everyone
actually did great in the 80s.
expecting stuff to fail means that you can also take risks and succeed.
Yep.
But yeah, the what Shooter does though, like he had a whole panel that he would do there at conventions and stuff, which was he took this one random Jack Kirby issue that was like it's really of no note. It's from it's a Fantastic Four issue from before they brought back Captain America in Avengers. So Captain America
Yeah.
is showing. So Captain America shows up in the issue, but it's there's the anachronistic element because this was before they decided that Cap was frozen,
Mm.
and that's why you have the retcon that there was the 1950s Cap.
You have the what? You kind of broke up on my end.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry, I was saying that's why there's
Oh
the
yeah,
retcon.
1950s Cap.
Yeah, that's why there's that Marvel retcon of
Yeah, yeah.
1950s Cap, where to explain all the Captain
U.S.
American
Agent.
stories that break that continuity.
Wasn't he U.S. Agent, or am I thinking of someone
No, no,
else?
no, that's a different one. No, this was a different one. The retcon didn't come till sometime later, I think. But yeah, no, this was one during the early Cold War, who was brought in. He went off the deep end, if I remember correctly. No,
Yeah, he
U.S. Agent
ended
was
up
the
becoming like one of Cap's enemies, the real Cap's enemies.
yeah. U.S. Agent was the one who came in like when Steve Rogers said no to something the government wanted to do, and they took away the shield.
Yeah, like I think that was when he was like when he decided to become Nomad or
Yes,
something.
yes, that was when he was Nomad.
I think that Marvel should bring that name back for Steve for reasons, for very obvious reasons,
Yeah.
painfully obvious reasons.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's like yeah, like people forget. Like Cap has a long history of not doing what the U.S. government wants him to do, and people forget that.
Yeah,
You know, contrast that with say like superhero with say a more controversial superhero at Marvel, namely another character who showed up in the MCU that kind of got watered down quite a bit because of how controversial she is as a character, and that is Sabra.
Sabra. Yeah,
Yes, the character who is straight up, I do Israel's foreign policy, and I don't question that.
yeah.
And that has made her like, even like in her
I feel
early
like
years when they were like when she was like first before stuff got super contentious. Like even then she kind of like was a bit iffy, and I think that was on purpose by the writers because she was meant to
yeah, like she
contrast
was
with
never meant to be like a
Cap.
hero. Yeah, she is very much my country, right or wrong. While Cap is like I represent what America can be and should be, not what it is.
Mhm. Yep. It's like how like I saw the other day there that they're doing that at Duke that like 250th Duke figure there where it's like Duke and like like U.S. flag fatigues.
Duke would never do that, not in this regime.
Anyway, my point was for the 250th anniversary that should have been the opportunity to do a as an anniversary figure a decked out in red, white, and blue a hooded Cobra Commander.
Yeah,
Like that's the most important. That's the most appropriate thing for the moment.
yeah.
Let's see. So
I actually found out that like Chris Latta, he was like he like played a live action version of King Koopa on like show that only aired briefly. That was kind of like Koopa was hosting a kids show, and
Oh,
he got
he
kicked
was in
off
the
for
King
being kind of
Koopa
a
show.
jerk. Yeah, he was the one who got kicked off for saying like controversial things. Saying things like that were not becoming of the role.
I'm sorry. You're telling me
It's
that
kind of like
Chris Latta, the person that people had stories about having to bail out of jail, was doing controversial things?
exactly.
No.
I mean, the thing is the thing I know is Peter Cullen would always say that Hollywood just has a tendency to eat its own when
Hmm.
he talks about him.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, it does, but he's not wrong. Cullen's not wrong.
yeah. Oh, I know. Peter Cullen's usually not wrong. He seems like a pretty on the level guy.
Yeah.
I mean, there were lines in the Bayverse that he didn't feel comfortable with because Bay was,
Oh yeah,
making
absolutely,
Optimus too violent.
absolutely, yeah. And you wonder
You
how
notice
much.
that you notice that he didn't. You notice that he didn't really have any problems with anything Optimus said in Rise of the Beast or Bumblebee though, because Optimus was only violent to Scourge, and Scourge really had it coming.
Yeah. And
Scourge
then
basically
I
murdered
still find
Optimus' son for most of the movie.
it interesting with regards to Rise of the Beasts, in that Primal is the one that actually kind of reminds Optimus of what actual of compassion. And I honestly really liked that from the standpoint of Optimus Primal as a character,
So do I.
because that is
Yeah,
completely up Primal's alley as a character.
that
Like,
is exact. They got Primal's character. That he's the guy
yes,
who.
yes, yes, yes. I was not really I was not too worried about how Ron Perlman was going to be in that film, because it's look, Ron Perlman's a
I know.
talented actor, and even Gary was going. It's I'm not he was it sucks I wasn't cast, but one, he wasn't surprised because of actor jurisdictions and stuff, and two, he was well, Ron's a
Yep.
stand-up guy, so I'm happy for. So he was I'm
They're literally
happy for
golfing
Ron as
buddies.
opposed to. But I mean, that's Gary.
They're
Gary is
literally
a
golfing
terrific person.
buddies. I know. I met him. He's a
Yes.
great guy.
Yes. Incidentally,
He truly is King Kong Adventure Fuck.
I found about some actors that we're getting at Calgary Expo this year that have me, there's a couple that have me excited there. So,
Yeah.
I mean, there's some that I've seen before. That's whatever. They're we're getting Ian Corlett, which is cool. Which Ian's always great.
Jumping gyros.
But the other one that's got me
Sorry,
excited though is Brian Drummond.
You mean it's over 9,000?
Yes, that Brian Drummond. Also Jetstorm and Beast Machines, and also Eggman and Sonic Prime.
And yep, Eggman.
So naturally, I will be going and getting a photo in cosplay, because of course I will.
I mean, you have to.
Yes.
You are the Eggman.
It's what I am. And I've got the master plan.
You are the
prove it.
Eggman.
I mean, I'm sitting here plotting my schemes wherever I go. They're perfect
Egg
in every
face.
way.
Eggman. Egg face. Egg poopy poopy butt. Any other voice actors or any other actors I might know there?
Oh yeah, they usually get some pretty big names. Calgary Expo is a weird one because of when the show is. Because timing wise, there's usually good number every year. There's usually a good number of cancellations at the last minute because of scheduling. Because since it's an end of April show, that tends to coincide with things like pilot season, or when they're doing finales for shows or something like that. So actors will become unavailable last minute. That's happened before.
Are there going to be any Helliverse actors or anything?
Yeah. Technically, there's one. Yes. Because one of the ones that they do have coming is Christina V.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. That'll be a good one.
Jurassica.
Oh, forget that.
Yeah,
forget that. She was Artemis in the Beast Wars fan dub. Beast Wars second fan dub in the early 2000s.
She's also Shantae in Shantae, and
Yes,
I know
that
she
too.
was a little bird guy in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Why can't I think of his name?
Yeah, she's Ladybug. She's done a lot of stuff.
She's got a versatile voice because when she voices Taba's son in Tears of the Kingdom, she actually sounds like a little boy when she does that.
Well, I mean, she does 2 voice roles in Genshin.
Yeah.
I think she's one of the only ones
she's
that has
Venti,
more
right?
than one voice role.
Isn't she Venti?
No, she's not Venti. No, she is. Both of them are guys, actually. The ones that she does. She's
Oh yeah,
what is it? Bennett
isn't
and
Venti a guy?
is it? Which one's the other one that she is? Is that? I can picture the name. I can picture a character. I just can't picture the name right now. Ah. But you know what I can picture? I can picture ads coming up very, very shortly because the countdown clock says that ads are starting very, very soon. So
Yep,
let's
I
run
see
some
it on
ads
as a
and we will
message
be
on my
right back
thing.
après ces
So.
messages, everybody.
Kristen Borle.
Oh,
I think Stephen Root was going to be there. I mean, Stephen Root
nice.
is going to be there.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice,
Stephen Root.
nice.
He's
Stephen Root.
yeah, but I want to meet like Christina Alivato, Lily Cooper, Kristen Borle, Joel Perez.
Hmm.
All right,
I mean, yeah,
I had to say it.
Stephen Root is definitely like God. That guy's so talented.
Yeah, I either think of him as either Mayor Toadstool from the Amphibia or Little Gideon's dad from Gravity Falls, and of course the first role I think of him is of course Bill.
Yes, but there's
Bill
another role
Dauberry.
I'd actually put up there in terms of like for his best roles,
Yeah.
and that is what was the name of the character that Fuchs in Barry.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you've seen that show at all. That's the one that
No.
what's how am I forgetting actor names tonight? What's his name? Who was on Bill Hader's show there?
I just think it's funny that like I feel like if I met Joel Perez, I'd just be like, like I think one of the funny things about Valentino is just that like his accent will change depending on how Val is feeling. Like Sometimes just put on sort of a Latin accent, and just sometimes put on more of a I think it's got this
Hmm.
angry accent, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, did you ever watch any of Barry?
No.
It is very good. Like the premise with the show is like he is like Bill Hader's playing a character. His character Barry is like he is a hitman who decides to, like, he gets sent to L.A. like he's got a target that's like in Los Angeles or whatever there that he's sent to kill there, and
Cool.
he decides while he's trying to get close to target, takes like an acting class and stuff, and he decides to become an actor himself.
It looks like from the site that MegaCon and Calgary Expo are run by the same group. Like they have kind of a similar website design.
Oh, is it Fan Expo running MegaCon?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, I have my thoughts on Fan Expo. I have my thoughts on them as an organization, but honestly, the Calgary Expo was better before they sold the show, and everyone will agree.
Yeah.
But,
I'm just trying to see if I trying to navigate through SuperCon to see what guests are there. I might be able to make it to that one. It's later in the year, so
I'm just glad the anime cons up this way are all still like pretty much all like independently run, not non-profits like up in Canada.
yeah.
It's nice. So like you're actually getting stuff for your admission usually in terms of like I mean, like Animathon up in Edmonton. I know I've mentioned this before. Like they only just started doing more recently. Like because Animathon doesn't charge for their guests. So what they did start doing is they did start doing a lottery for their guests because of how bad the lines were.
Yeah.
So you have to sign up online and then like just enter into like just a lotto to be able to get the autograph there. But and then they will do like stuff, and they'll do stuff like last minute stuff too. Like they'll do like because there will be people who won't show up, and then it'll be like, oh hey, we got room to take more, so there will be like last minute additions and stuff there. Like that actually happened to me a couple of years ago when I was there when I got like it was like, oh hey, some last minute stuff opened up, so I went and got like some autographs there. Sadly, one of the ones I could have gotten happened like right at like after we'd already left for the day. So I was like, oh no, I could have gone and gotten the Demon Dice autograph, but oh well.
I
But
guess
I was
I
like,
could
oh,
maybe try
I
and
could
hit
have doubled back, but it was like, you know what, we're gone already.
why are so many Pokemon conventions in Florida? I'd go to one of those, but I'd probably end up punching out someone for like Wandering Sun and Moon, and you know, I'm kidding, but
Well, look at this
I
way,
would
then
not
you'd just
punch
be a
out someone.
JoJo character.
Hey, like at Animate Orlando, which is in August, I can probably hit that. They're gonna have some Hellverse guests.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, like not from Hasbin, but they were getting some
Yep.
Hell of a Boss. Like it's
Yeah,
gonna be
they got a bunch of Helliverse people at Edmonton Expo last year, so like they did have a bunch of guests there. I didn't go to that one, but yeah, they got a bunch of them. So, and I guess
Titan
technically I do have
Fast
some
Breath.
already because like Richard Horvitz, I did get his autograph. Wait, did I get his autograph or just a photo? I can't remember now, but it's like, but
I
I
just
think
talked
I
to
got
him
my
years
Invader
ago
Zim
before the
set signed
Helliverse.
by him years and years ago.
I met him and Ricky Simmons at like convention years before the Helliverse was even a
Oh yeah,
thing. So
same here.
sorry. Speaking of like the kind of insane like stuff that goes on in Invader Zim.
You mean like all the stuff in Invader Zim?
Well, yeah, but
Incidentally, one of my favorite things, bits of miscellany with regards to Invader Zim is when they did Enter the Florpus, and specifically with Enter the Florpus, with how they like when they done the Invader Zim comics, they were at a boom, like how that ran for several years. When they started that, even he wasn't involved. I don't think he was directly involved in a lot of the stuff. I think he supervised a bit, but like Jonan was a little bit involved. But one of the contributions that he did make to that book was he did a redesign on Gaz.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I was saying one of the things that they did was they did a redesign on Gaz for the Invader Zim comics, based off of, and that was just based off of Jonan going, the actual how we originally like conceived and designed her character kind of didn't like gel with the direction she went as the show went on, and they gave
Yeah.
her more of like a gamer girl type redesign there in terms of her outfit.
Yeah.
So it's less of a more generic goth outfit and more of a she's a video gamer type outfit.
Yeah.
And they used that design in Enter the Florpus.
Hey, like Animate Orlando, like I'm looking at the voice actors, and well, they got Erica Lynn back,
Nice,
so
nice.
Brandon Rogers,
Well, I mean, Erica Lynn, yeah. They got Erica Lynn back. Nice,
and
nice.
this guy's not from the Helliverse. This is the guy that's put on my bucket list to meet. Oh right, the poison for Cusco.
Ooh, Patrick Warburton.
I'd just have to be like, oh right, the poison for Cusco.
Incidentally, speaking of Patrick Warburton, one of my favorite takes to make here in terms of for like just random takes. You know how like with Pixar when they did the poorly received Buzz Lightyear film, you know how like they had the whole thing where they were like the whole thing of this is the movie that like the Buzz Lightyear toy was based off of, that sort of thing there. Like this is the movie
Yeah.
that Andy saw that made him want Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah.
Well, the thing I like about that when you think about it is that if you can still take the Buzz Lightyear cartoon as canon, because what did they do with every successful like movie that was not necessarily aimed at kids?
Yep.
They made
In
the
the 90s.
cartoon
Yep.
version, which was the toned down version there that had like a bunch of characters who weren't in the movie, and
Yep.
like that's literally what the Buzz Lightyear cartoon becomes, and like with that in mind, and even
I
just
know. I love it.
I love that from a conceptual standpoint. Honestly, I think the biggest like cop out that they did there for it was thinking back was probably like the post credits bit there with the Zerg armor.
Yeah.
Just because the whole thing of Zerg is still out, like the whole there's the whole question of the real Zerg is still out there sort of thing,
Yeah.
as opposed to there like he was like Zerg was always just like the the Elder Buzz.
Mm.
And I kind of like, I don't know, I kind of like that dynamic. It's a more interesting dynamic that to just subvert the whole, just sticks the whole Zerg subversion sort of thing there. But yeah, that's
Yeah.
my opinion anyway.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's the right opinion, but that's my opinion. You know what? I can be wrong about stuff, like how Derek was wrong about which rap ad is better. But I'm not going to
I
harp on
have
that
to
because
agree
I'm
with you
not
on
speaking
that.
ill of the dead.
I miss Derek.
Like rest in peace, Derek. Seriously, God.
Yeah.
Hey, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, this is an in God Transformers designs are hard to do as Tubies.
Yeah.
I'm having fun with this, but like I gave up on my original idea of trying to design this to actually also transform pretty quickly because yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm like not that good as far as like being able to like visualize all that stuff. Because it's definitely doable, but it would take a lot more thought than I'm putting in for like a raffle prize. Yeah, this has been on the back burner way too long anyway. I figured I would have been done this quite a while ago. Let's see. I'm just doing like a. Actually, how's this looking so far if I turn up these pencils? Okay, that's looking alright so far. I'm just doing my pre-ink pass on this. Like it's a really good design, honestly, for an OC. And yeah, God, it's nuts that I'm already starting to have to think about convention season is gonna come up like really, really fast, and I've got stuff I need to start thinking about for getting ready for like just all the various conventions in the year. Like, yeah, I've got. Funnily, I'm less concerned about the game show stuff. I've got some stuff I need to do on my game show software still. Like I've got I need to finish some of the graphics and stuff on the newer one. But that's like the least of my concerns because that is just it's a known quantity and it's just the visuals I need to do. It's like the big thing I need to do is I need to watch through Beast Wars second. But the other big thing is I need to figure out like I need to do the plans for and start working on like my TFCon charity auction thing for this year.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing another arc. I just don't know, and I know what it's going to be. I just need to actually like decide on the mock-ups, on the color mock-ups there, finalize stuff, get all the details worked out, like because it will need custom parts, and I need to just finalize all the stuff with the custom parts. And then more importantly, I need to figure out how the hell I'm painting the thing because my paint setup has changed in terms of like what I can. I need to get new paints, and I need to get a new paint setup for painting because I can't use any of the older stuff. But it's going to be a learning curve, and that'll be interesting.
Oh yeah, I noticed your little train thing didn't pose any actual risk, so I took the brakes off. You're welcome. I think that's my favorite Vox quote.
That's a good one.
It's just like thought of another one. Oh my god, they're here to silence me. When the angels show up. Oh my god, they're here to silence me. Like right after
Yeah.
he and the funny thing is that happens right after like he's obviously just trolling Lucifer,
Mm-hmm.
because he knows Lucifer can't hurt him.
Yes.
And other angels show up, he just immediately shows his real colors. Yellow.
Also importantly, like with regards to Lucifer, though, like with regards to well, no, I think he was expecting the angels too, but I mean, like, I think the important thing with Lucifer too is just how much of everything he's doing in that episode is sorry, not Lucifer, with Vox. How much of everything he's doing is just copying what other people did.
Yeah.
Like pretty much everything he's doing, like even his final song, he is full on just like plagiarizing Lucifer.
Yep.
Because well, he's plagiarizing Lucifer, and he's also plagiarizing what's her name there, Sarah.
Yeah. By making like a form
Yeah,
that's
by
based
making
on
his own
hers with all
imitation
those
peacock
dreams.
thing, because like that's all he can do. He's a TV exec. He's not actually creative. There's nothing
Yeah.
his idea of success. His idea of success isn't let's come up with a better idea. His idea is let's just kill everyone who stands in my way.
And also let the two creatives who actually are his friends come up with more creative stuff.
Yeah, but that's exactly what TV execs do. It's
Yep.
almost like it's almost like this was a show that was made by people who like know a little bit about how the industry works.
Yep. Oh, I know.
It's like God with
I will,
I
I
will
will say
say
at least Vox is actually friends with Valentino and Velvet.
yeah,
They're all terrible, but they are actually friends.
yes. And I will say I do think that I think what one thing that is a bit under needs to be said about it in terms of like for problems with a lot of this stuff is who's just as bad with a lot of this stuff, like that is revealing themselves as just as terrible as execs? The actual fan bases.
Yep.
And for my case in point on that, I point out like all the crap like with Amazing Digital Circus.
Oh god, what's going on with them?
Oh, did you not hear any of this stuff? This is from a few weeks ago.
No.
So Gooseworks was doing like a Q&A, was doing some Q&A stuff on Reddit, and brought up in just like a remark, like in a passing remark or whatever, made a remark on how like Jax and Pomni are the main characters of the series,
Yeah.
and that's where people lost it.
Why?
Because how dare their favorites not be the main characters of the series?
Oh Lord.
And when that all happened too, someone dug up, like, I forget if it came out then or if a bit later, but Matt Braley made a remark as well talking about like when he was working on Amphibia. And he made a remark there that, like, I think this is the part where he started to just tune out, like the end of that there, where he made a remark that, like the three girls might not have actually been the best of friends before, like,
Yeah.
the events of the series. That they were probably kind of like not the greatest of friends for each other, and
Yeah.
got attacked over saying that, and that he didn't know his characters well enough.
You know
And
what
I'm
happens when
sorry, but that is the subtext of the show.
yeah, literally, how do you not notice
They
that?
very clearly were not like great friends before the show.
Yeah, like
They
Sasha
were.
was not a good friend to
Oh, she was
Marcy or
absolutely a bad friend.
she was a terrible friend to Marcy and to I can't, and to Anne. Like
Yes, yes, yes,
like
she
Anne and Marcy were
absolutely
probably good
was.
friends, but Sasha was a terrible friend.
Yes,
The whole point of her character arc is she learns she was being a terrible friend and she needs to be a better person and a better friend.
exactly. And Marcy's problem is more that just like Marcy just has no real soul, has very, very poor social skills.
Yep.
And that's not really her problem, but it is something that, that, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say, because I'm not criticizing her for, her social skill, I'm not saying that that's really her problem. It's a problem, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like it's why a lot of people included in the fandom and myself included diagnose her as being on the spectrum because she
Oh no,
has
she
those
very
vibes.
obviously is.
And that's what makes her so relatable.
Hmm. I mean, hell, I've had that moment with like some of my OCs where it's like where it's like, I mean, I look at like my OC Midori there. I am pretty sure she is somewhere on the spectrum because that explains a lot of things right away
Yeah,
from the standpoint of, like, I mean, there's the general oblivion, the fact, I think part of it is the fact that, like, I give her a little bit of my own obliviousness, but I turn it up because, you know what, it's more interesting to just it's more interesting if I'm putting my own personality traits into characters here and there. I don't
yeah.
just put them in, I exaggerate them.
Yeah.
Well, I say that, and she's probably par for me in terms of the actual organizational skills. I probably didn't have to exaggerate much there, but but hey, that's a me problem.
You're
But
welcome.
but anyway, though, yeah, there's that. There's yeah, it's one of those things where I've had, like, I had a moment there, for instance, where I was like, go, because I had the whole thought in my head that, well, she's, because, like, it's a character that has like an idol background, she's probably fairly good at reading crowds' energy and that sort of thing, even if she's awkward in, like, situational stuff with like people, or not necessarily being able to read, like, if a situation is going south and stuff like that. She's very poor at that. And then I kind of had a moment of, wait, no, no, she's bad at the other stuff too. She just doesn't know that she's bad at the other stuff. And
I think
but but the fact that but it's not that she's good at reading those situations. It's that she's bad at reading those situations. So her positivity doesn't really shut off. So she's able to power through those situations because, you know she is able to take control of those situations because she is bad at reading those situations. If you know what I mean.
yeah, I got you.
You don't
Oh,
realize
can
how
I say
bad
something
something
like
is going, so like you power through it and you just turn it around.
the bit about fandoms being just as bad as executives? I'm reminded of the case of two once very successful science fiction franchise relaunches in the 2010s that were doing great, and then they decided to start letting the fans. And then the execs basically told the people running the actual shows and movies that the fans needed to be listened to because, well, it was two very different groups of fans. Like in one case, it was channers and redditors who were throwing a bitch fit about forced representation in one franchise, and that led to them scrapping the original part. Was one of the reasons they led to scrapping the original planned end for the trilogy, and I'm talking about the sequel trilogy.
No, I figured that's where you were going. I will say, incidentally, speaking of some of that sci-fi stuff,
did you hear about why we should just not pay that giant freaking robot site any attention whatsoever?
No, why?
So someone found a job like I guess they already were kind of like one of those more like right winger sites sort of thing there, but someone
Mm.
found so that's not new, but someone found on LinkedIn a job posting looking for people to review like Starfleet Academy who hate the show.
Oh, jeez.
Like they're actively looking for people who dislike the show to review the show.
God. Anyway, the other franchise I was talking about is one that there were wars about on Tumblr over shipping and which direction the show would go in. And for some reason, the executives told the showrunners, you need to try and go in the direction the fans want you to go into.
I'm
Despite the
honestly
fact
not
the
sure which one
fans,
this is.
Voltron Legendary Defender.
You know, I'm more skeptical on that one because of how animation timelines.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they would, the executives were basically like, oh, you need to take this in the direction the fans want, in between seasons. And obviously, fan discourse would change wildly.
No, I just mean
And,
because of like how much stuff is in the can by the time they've already started airing.
yeah,
Uh,
fair
like
enough. But
like
I do think I
I know
remember
with She-Ra, like they mentioned there that I think that they were writing the last seasons of She-Ra when the first seasons started airing, around when the early seasons were airing.
Yeah, I don't think Voltron had that going for it though.
Hmm.
So like
Like, and
they
I know Andy Stevenson has mentioned as well that it was because of the reception that the fans had that they were able to use that in order to push for what they had been planning all along, but hadn't actually told the network's executives, which was that they were shipping Adora and Katra.
yep,
Like it was fully intentional on their part, but they didn't actually tell anybody because they weren't sure if they were going to be able to get away with it until the last season
yeah,
when they went for broke.
mm.
But like that was like the intention the whole time. And I mean, even like I know like the stuff with Korra and Asami, like that gets like criticized there for Legend of Korra in terms of how that handled. But I think the thing that fascinates me with that is how that came about entirely by accident. Like
And
as in like
also
they
like
did not intentionally write that relationship. They realized that they had written they realized that they had written those characters into that relationship like after
yep.
the fact, like while they were writing it. So
And here's the other thing: Korosami may seem like kind of like old hat now, but back when it debuted, that was like the first big queer pairing in a kids cartoon that
yes,
was actually official.
and the amount of
That
drama
opened
behind the
the
scenes to
floodgates.
actually get them holding hands apparently was fairly large.
That Korosami opened the floodgates to like Steven Universe and all the other stuff that like
Yes.
the Owl House. Like it's literally a case of without Korosami, there would probably be no Steven. There probably would be
No,
no Garnet. There would be no
I don't think you're
Lumity.
wrong, and I think and I think the frustrating part is that with that in mind is that then you had like 10 years later, Nickelodeon like parading this as like an example of representation when it's like everyone who's in the know knows that the network was not in favor of that when they were
Yep,
actively fighting against that behind the scenes, and now they're taking credit for it.
yep.
Although actually, I wouldn't necessarily say it was core for that. You know what? You know what I remember that is easy to forget about.
What?
This was around like I think season 2 of Adventure Time. So they didn't. There's an episode of Adventure Time there where it's got a bunch of the characters there. I think they're trying to open a gate or whatever. And it was the first episode that kind of dropped hints at Marceline and Bubblegum being exes.
Yeah.
And that would have passed over, except that what back then they were doing like YouTube videos that were kind of like behind the scenes ish stuff there, like that where they were making like like kind of like their own like the Adventure Time team was pointing out. And the one they did for that episode drew attention to those hints.
Yeah.
And that video then got scrubbed from the internet after people started reacting because the executives probably had not picked up on that themselves, and then everyone's attention got drawn to that. because that video was because the video they put out was insinuating that there was more to this than what was being led on in the episode.
Yeah.
And that there was actually something there. So yeah, that's what happened with that.
I mean, it's just that I kind of got like a little annoyed with Adventure Time after they derailed Lemon Grab, after like they were having him be, become a better person, and they just derailed him and had him be worse, and then killed him and his good twin off and fused them into one guy because they just derailed him Lemon Grab 1 so bad that he was basically irredeemable by the time. Like, and also just the fact that like it's because like the guy who originally wrote for Lemon Grab saw him as autistic, so I was like, well, Lemon Grab's a little weird, but if he's going in a direction where he's becoming a better person, then I guess I'm cool with him. He is pretty funny, and then they just didn't do that because someone else took over writing for him, and
Well, I mean, I think it's
Yeah.
also I wonder how much of it was because Justin Roiland.
I could see Justin Roiland like kind of trying to make him more like
A Justin Roiland character.
more of an asshole, yeah.
Because Justin Roiland has a character type that he likes to write, and it's one of those things where when you look at like why they kicked him out of Rick and Morty, and read some of the behind the scenes, it's like, yeah, it's very Yeah, it is no surprise that he got booted from the show, especially
It
because
was
like the thing I find fascinating even from behind the scenes stuff is just like the difference in opinion, like from Dan Harmon and Justin Roiland, which is like, yeah, when the show got successful, that was when Dan Harmon had his moment of, oh crap, I guess we need to start taking this seriously now. Because they were just
and
goofing
Justin
around.
Roiland never saw that. Justin Roiland never took it seriously.
Yeah, well, because they were goofing around. They were all goofing around for the first season, and then it became a hit. And then Dan Harmon had, because he has actual experience, had a whole thing of, oh crap, we actually have a responsibility to deliver stuff now. We need to actually take this seriously. We need to figure out what, keep delivering what people want to deliver. And like his dream job his intention with the show as a showrunner was to be able to create a machine so that he didn't have to do any work, and he would essentially be able to coast off of the show doing well, which is the show creator's dream, honestly, where the show runs itself. I mean, like Seth MacFarlane is very good at that. Seth
Big
MacFarlane's
Lois.
very good at coming up with he's very good at coming up with concepts and then putting a team in place that is able to run the thing without him.
It seems today that all you see.
Yep.
I say that.
Honestly, what I do kind of want to check out. I haven't watched any of it yet, but I kind of do want to check out. Because the second, the Ted TV series he did for Peacock. Because my understanding is that it is very well written, and I'm not surprised by that because plus it's also 90s
Also,
nostalgia.
you should watch
because,
Smiling Friends. Like I know it has nothing to do with Seth.
Yeah.
Like I know it has nothing to do with Seth MacFarlane, but you should watch Smiling Friends, dude.
Yeah, I've not seen any Smiling Friends. I've heard good things about it though.
It's good stuff.
Nice. But
I'm trying to do like a Zach Nadal impression. Sorry.
But
he voices Charlie on the show, like
okay.
the yellow guy, the guy with the big nose. Kind of talks like this nasally voice.
But I mean,
and Pim, he's voiced by Michael Cusack. He's Australian.
Okay. But I think one of the appeals as well for the TED TV series is just the fact that it is. I will admit there is the personal bias of this show is 90s nostalgia because it's set in the 90s.
Yeah.
So there's the personal childhood aspect of it all.
God, I should watch the TED show if it's set in the 90s.
Yeah.
I also got to say, you might recognize Michael Cusack's voice, because he voices a certain character on Hell of a Boss.
Okay.
Who is very Australian.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, I know it's set in the 90s because they're all teenagers in that show.
That's only there for you. I'll be the distant stepfather that's only there for you, and it's profitable, or however he says it.
But I did see I have seen clips here and there, and it's like, okay, this is actually some pretty, Seth MacFarlane, when he gets invested in a project, it usually shows. Because he does not, to be fair, when he is personally involved in stuff, he doesn't phone it in.
Hey Lois, have you seen my toupee? Ah, crap! Now I'm stuck in the stairs. I mean, just look at the Orville. That was something he was really invested in.
Yes, the Orville, and importantly, the thing that I think is one of the best parts about the Orville is the fact that Seth did not use it as a vehicle for himself. He used himself to market the show, and then he gave all the good storylines to everyone but him. Like he gave all the good story stuff too. Like Penny Johnson Gerald got like so much great material. Like they
Even if
knew
I
what they
find his
had with her,
humor,
and they gave her all the good a lot of good material.
even if I find Seth MacFarlane's humor hit or miss, I do respect him as a creator because the guy does know what he's doing,
Yes,
and
absolutely.
he's like a guy who is like apparently really fun to work with. That's why people like working with.
Yeah, the fact that he has no trouble getting celebrity cameos should say it all right there. That actually
He's like,
says a lot about him as a person.
yeah,
God, I still think one of my favorite Seth anecdotes though, from what I've read, is like the one for like A Million Ways to Die in the West, where with regards to Liam Neeson's character in that,
yeah.
because Liam Neeson like he wanted Liam Neeson to play like the villain of the film, and Liam got revenge on Seth MacFarlane there because he was like, okay, but I want my cowboy character to have an Irish accent. And that was his revenge on Seth making the joke about Liam Neeson's American accent years ago in Family Guy.
And Seth thought it was funny, so well, Seth must have thought it was. He seems like a guy who laughs when people make fun of him, so
Mm-hmm.
like Seth doesn't seem like an egomaniac.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, it's like, yeah, but I mean, he like that was his whole thing with that. It's like, okay, but I'm not doing this. I'm gonna do this with an Irish accent there because you think that I'm bad at it, just to get revenge at like the whole thing with because the whole joke in that Family Guy segment was him as a cowboy doing a bad American accent.
Yeah.
Like in that whole Family Guy bit where they were making fun of Liam Neeson's like American accent. So he was like, okay, but I'm doing an Irish accent, and that was his revenge on Seth. But yeah, it's hmm, yeah. I do want to watch that Naked Gun film that like Kiva Schaffer did there. So because it's like I've seen clips from it, and it is very much like whenever I see clips, it's like, oh my god, this very much is in the spirit of the original Naked Gun in terms of the type of humor. Like I still love the bit, like some of the bits that they had in the trailer, even like the bit where he is where he's talking where because he's meant to be like the son of Leslie Nielsen's character, like Frank Drebin Jr. So there's a bit there where he's in the police precinct and you got the whole tropey. He's talking to the portrait of his father. Like it's very much like a trope there. And then the camera pans out and it's an entire hallway of portraits of cops and all the sons of the cops talking to their father. And then the icing on the cake is you have Nordberg's son there in front of the O.J. Simpson like portrait there, and just
Yeah,
going
I heard about this one.
with the awkward pause and then just the no, I'm not going to do this like type reaction.
Yeah, the fact they had an OJ joke just shows that they are really good at like that. Seth actually knew what he was doing. An OJ joke that was actually like funny, making fun of OJ.
Look, let's be honest. The king of O.J. jokes was the late great Norm Macdonald.
Oh, definitely. I will say another really good OJ joke was like that one in Seinfeld where like they thought Kramer was a serial killer and like they spoofed the whole car chase.
Yeah. But I mean, like, God, like, seriously, like, just the amount of mileage that Norm Macdonald got out of running the O.J. Simpson stuff into the ground.
Oh, I know. Norm Macdonald was great.
Like, God, he's such a.
Michael Costa on the Daily Show, he really reminds me of Norm Macdonald. Like, if you ever watch some of the more recent Daily Show, Michael Costa, he kind of has like Norm
Okay.
Macdonald energy.
Yeah, Norm
Like, he's one of
Macdonald
my favorite
energy's hard to get
correspondents on the
because
show.
it's hard to get because it's also the type of thing that also like is likely to get you fired because you're kind of like a bit of a
Yeah,
terrible person because it's like just that very
on the
abrasive
Daily
humor.
Show. I guess Michael Costa's not a sarcastic.
Hmm.
And all.
But I just mean from the standpoint of Norm is the type of comedian who would push buttons deliberately. Like, have you seen the clip where he's on Conan there, and I forget who it was, but there was like another actress there who I think she was a former soap actress who was like in a starring in a movie there with Carrot Top, And he is just savage and because it's like, got both of them there because, the standard like talk show, we got all the guests out in the chairs, and he is just like savage in terms of making jokes at her expense.
Yeah, I would be making a joke at Carrot Top. Well, I guess Carrot Top's an easier target. Carrot
Oh, I
Top is
mean, he was making
low hanging
he was
fruit.
making jokes about like the movie and about the movie and stuff, and then it's like there's the bit there where it's it's a good segment. So that yeah, Norm was a one of the
I'd say like
greats.
yeah, I mean, I'm worried about everyone on the Daily Show losing their job because of who
Oh yeah,
owns
yeah.
Paramount. You know?
Well, yes. I mean, hell, like I'm worried about like John Oliver is in the same boat too.
Yeah, I know. I know.
So is James Gunn
Yeah,
probably,
I
but
feel like
we'll see.
Netflix is just waiting. Yeah, I feel like Netflix is just waiting for Paramount to go bankrupt, and they'll swoop in and buy the whole lot of it
No, I'm
in a few
pretty sure
years.
that's what they're doing, considering how over leveraged the Ellisons are right now.
Yep,
Because if the AI bubble crashes,
Netflix is
then
playing the long
all
game.
their money evaporates too.
Yeah,
Because Oracle is too tied up in that market. Well, the only other thing that could happen is like I saw like Ed Zitron had an article, had a his latest article there where he was talking about just the stuff going on, like with price of oil and how that and the impact that'll have on like just a lot of that a lot of the infrastructure for all that stuff and everything. And yeah, I mean like
yeah,
he is very much one of those like tech journalists who is in the he would love to be wrong, but he's pretty sure that he's right category. With
yep,
regards to how he has been reporting on how like all the Gen AI stuff is a bubble for years now.
yep.
But yeah, and yeah, screw all that stuff. Like
I hope
it's
he's right.
oh yeah, I mean his stuff is very well researched and stuff. And it's like and like he know like yeah, I hope so too. We'll see. Uh, let's see. Moving on to a different topic because yeah, there's more interesting stuff to talk about than that. Like we all got to live and deal with this crap. Let's see.
Yeah,
Yeah, so I want to take this hand here. What else do we have here?
what donuts do I have here? Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's trying to think what else there's for just stuff going on.
I'm definitely gonna. I might end up catching a if I get another rock type
Hmm.
hyperspace that has like Tyranitar in it, then there's a good chance I'll end up getting a shiny Alpha
Oh,
Tyranitar out
nice,
of that.
nice.
And you know what I'll have to nickname? I actually caught a female shiny Tyranitar like a few days ago, but I'm trying to catch males,
Hmm.
so I think you know what I'm gonna nickname him.
Well, if you have a female there, you need to do some sort of a nickname like that's a lot of fish.
True.
Let's see. Oh yeah, to talk about random stuff. I'm not going to go into spoil. I'm not really going to go into spoilers or anything, but yeah. So I have watched all of season 2 of Live Action One Piece now. It's
Nice.
good. It's good. Like there's definitely like I'm still amazed that we're getting this. And from the standpoint of
Yeah.
like how much stuff that is still in there and how like that I think that other creative teams probably would have cut had Oda not had the creative control.
Yeah.
Like the fact they're taking their time very much with a lot of stuff, which means that they get to just the fact they did some of the stuff there, like adapting things like Whiskey Peak and Little Garden and all that sort of stuff there, instead of just trying to
Yeah.
condense all of those into just smaller things. Also, my God, the music on this, the set design and the music on this series, oh my God, like that whole production,
I still
like
think like
a lesser show would do a lot more CG sets.
yeah.
But like for instance,
So that's
Whiskey
why it
Peak,
takes One Piece so long for them to do.
like the stuff with Whiskey Peak, for instance, there's a whole sequence in that episode which just made me just stop and reflect on thinking about the set design for that one and how they very clearly built this set as a physical as a physical thing, because just how much stuff is going on there and everything. It's very clearly built the actual place. And just thinking about like how much time went into building this thing for this episode, and especially for this fight scene, and that fight scene is like one of the highlights. And if you know the One Piece series, you
I mean,
probably know what. Sorry.
Oda wants to, Oda wants to make sure that they get his baby right. You know,
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, and he's pretty happy with stuff so far. So.
is the fight scene like no, they're not to NL yet, right? Eneru,
Oh no, that
the
won't be
Eminem
for a
guy.
bit there. They're no, because they're still in Alabasta. Alabasta arc is going to finish next season.
Yeah.
But even they've been doing little things there in terms of just for taking advantage of like the 20 years or so that they've had since, in terms of like how Oda has every so often done like retcons and stuff like that with regards to
Yeah.
like, oh hey, this character was like at this particular past area or something like that. Because of that, they can actually go back and go, well, what if we actually had that character there?
Wow.
And there's a few instances of that in the new season where like a character shows up who wasn't like there in the source material, but who makes sense to be there because of later plot developments that revealed that yes, they were at that place.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I won't say more on that, but also Chopper is fantastic. Chopper is so good.
He looks like a plush toy, and I mean that in a good way. He's adorable.
Well, you're doing
He'd
Chopper
probably
right when
swear
he
at me
looks
for
at the
calling him
Chopper
adorable,
first.
but he would be.
Yes. Oh, Chopper is amazing in the series. Yes, he is very well done, and they honestly,
He looks like
I
he
actually
looks like
really
he'd
really
step right
liked
out
in
of
terms,
Paddington.
yeah, who I actually really liked in terms of execution. And again, the most I'm going into spoilers for a lot of the stuff is just like just general things in terms of, oh, this character is in it and stuff like that, and that's not really a spoiler because of arcs. Like Wapple.
Yeah.
Wapple
Yeah.
is Wapple's actor knocked it out of the park in
It's been
getting
a hot
that
minute.
right
I forget who
mix.
Waffle is.
Just getting that right mix of like just someone who feels like who's very boisterous and threatening, but also very clearly incredibly spoiled, and does not like get not when he doesn't get his
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
And doing all that with a prosthetic lower jaw.
Dang.
Like, cause yeah, they did the whole Wapple, like the whole, his whole jaw is like the metal jaw there, so the entire mouth is all like all practical effects.
Mm.
Like it's all practical, and he does a very good job of just of just emoting through that prosthetic there, where like he doesn't have half his face to work with.
Yeah.
Like even just little things like this, like I noticed in particular, like just tick there he has with his eye when he's getting like really angry, where he'll just have a little bit of a tick in his eye there. It's great.
Yeah.
Like all the actors understood the assignment. Like all the Baroque work.
Is Sanji still actually good in this, or did he become annoying like he did in the manga?
Oh no, I really like Sanji. Also,
In the
Sanji's
Netflix
actor is
series, yeah, I
insane.
like him there.
Sanji's actor is insane in a good way in terms of how he is very, like, he is the type of person who is. This is both good and bad for productions. This type of attitude, but he is the type of actor whose approach to productions is he is, in order he has the mindset of, in order to be able to do something like act as something, I need to experience it. So he will
So
try
he's
and
actually
do.
watching the anime?
No. I mean, like stuff like, for instance, he learned how to fight with his legs there and how to cook, like in the prep for season 1, for
Oh, wow.
instance. Like, yeah, he did a whole bunch of like
Dang.
training for that, like both cooking and that, and then even just stuff like going on like crazy event. He's the type of person who will go do like just crazy stuff here and there. They're just to do experiences. Like he posts a lot of stuff
Oh
on
my
his
god,
YouTube
he is
channel there. But like he did a whole thing where he was like, yeah, so he decided one of the things he wanted to do was like go and find one of those like just go to South America and try and find one of those like remote tribes and just hang out with them for a bit. Which he did.
truly he is the Sanji we deserve.
Yep.
I think I wonder if like to go with Sanji being like less of a horn dog and more just like he's less of a horn dog, more of a simp in the live action version, and I
Yeah,
actually think
a
that's a
bit
big
more, a bit of that,
improvement.
I'd say, yeah.
He's more like Brock in the Pokemon anime, which is an improvement.
Hmm.
Like more of a simp than a horn dog, like
Yeah, and you still
I think
have
he
the
can make
whole
a
you still have all the great interplay that is the entire thing interplay between like Sanji and Zoro.
Zoro.
Oh my god, like
Yep.
McKenna is great in this season.
I mean, I've told you why there are two reasons Zoro is my favorite One Piece character. One, he hates Sanji. Two, he has a terrible sense of direction. This is why he's the most relatable character in One Piece to me.
Yeah, no, he is good. He is good. Zoro is fantastic. What else is there?
Like when I found like I need to actually watch the Netflix series, but I know they reference. Oh, sorry, I need to calm down. Yeah, I know, but sorry, I need to be quieter. Sorry,
Okay,
but
no worries.
anyway, what was it? One thing that like I really need to see like is just the part where they reference how he's like got no sense of direction in the Netflix version where he gets lost in a straight hallway because of course he does. This
Yeah, they
place
made
is a
nods to the
maze.
sense of direction there. So, but yeah, there's some very good casting, and yeah, there's like the casting is very good in this series. I am very curious to see how they handle when they get to season 3, how they handle Bon Cray.
Oh yeah. What if they're gonna get like a actual trans woman, or if they're gonna get like
Uh,
a non-binary person, or like just a
I think
cross-dresser?
it is a non-binary
I think
actor
that's
who's playing him, who's playing
huh.
them because they are cast. So, but I mean,
Well,
even
that
then, like
doesn't
keep in
surprise
mind,
me. Oda,
keep in mind though, Bon Cray was never trans. Bon Cray was more of like a cross-dresser type. So,
yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
and I mean, Oda generally has had fairly good progressive like trans representation in One Piece as well.
yeah, yeah. Like some of the early stuff was a little iffy, but like it
Some of
never
that is
came
just
off as he
yeah.
was pointing and laughing at trans people. He was just, putting goofy characters in his manga because Oda's not like a
Mhm.
transphobe. He's
Yeah, and apparently as a character in One Piece, his whole thing is being able to change people's genders.
yep, Ivankov, yes,
Yeah.
the one who his original planned voice actor had to be recast because he got caught doing drugs, and
Ooh.
And the
Well,
sad
yeah,
thing is,
Japan. It's
Oda actually modeled the character of Ivankov off of this guy, so he wanted him to be the voice actor
oh no.
from day one. And
Oh, that sucks.
well, I will say, like the other character, there's another person who Ivankov is probably heavily based on, given his outfit and how he looks in like in his like male form.
Hmm.
He kind of has Dr. Frankenfurter vibes. So, look, if Tim Curry didn't have a stroke, I'd suggest having him play Ivankov.
God. I felt bad for like there was a interview I saw recently there where they had like Tim Curry like just looking back on all his various roles and stuff and just going through like old archival stuff. And I felt bad because they got Tim for that, and he like his mind is still sharp as a tack, but he is still very
Yeah,
much like he. You can tell that like one. I mean, he's in a wheelchair, and two, you can tell that that stroke did slow him down like physically in terms of his
yeah, yeah,
just ability to be able to like emote and all that stuff. But like mentally, he's still very much all there.
yeah.
It's just yeah, it's a bit sad. That's all.
Very sad. Tim Curry is one of my favorite actors ever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, fantastic actor. Legend.
He is a living legend.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Nigel Thornberry. Oh yeah, I think I've mentioned this before, but well, you know this from Archie Sonic. Remember what Ian decided to name King Max in the reboot, right?
Yeah, Nigel there, yes. Although I thought that that was from the, I thought that was actually like from like some of the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog stuff. Sorry, not Adventures. I thought wasn't that in the Saturday Bible?
No,
I
it
can't
wasn't in
remember.
Adventures Sonic. No, it wasn't in No, I don't know if it was in Saturday and Bible, but I do know that Tim Curry voiced him in
Yes, I did know that.
Saturday, and so Ian was referencing. So Ian was referencing Tim Curry's most well-known heroic role. His most well-known, decidedly
Hmm.
not evil role, because he's kind of typecast as bad guys,
Yeah. And look, let's be
goofy bad
honest.
guys generally,
Yeah.
but still bad
And,
guys.
and look, let's be honest. I don't mind the whole idea of like making like Nigel like like King Acorn a good guy, purely because of yeah. I remember how Carl Ballers wrote him. I remember how Penders wrote him.
Yep,
I think it was mainly
yep,
Penders, as thinking about it, but he was a very
yeah.
erratic person. He's a very erratic
Like
person
Carl seemed to
who
actually have some grasp that
yeah,
Carl
like
seemed to have some grasp that King Max should be a decent father and a decent king, but Ken Penders has no idea what a decent father is. So
well, no, I think part of the thing, though, I will say this: I think Ballers did kind of latch onto the idea, like in his stuff, that very clearly he was operating on some level of PTSD from having been like locked in the the zone of silence for like a decade,
yeah,
and
and also
and
Ballers
he
had
never got over
plans
that.
for the source of all.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just the
And
case that
also
he never
Ballers
got
had
over that.
plans for the
So,
source. Yeah, like Ballers actually was kind of leaning into was making King Max kind of morally iffy on purpose.
hmm
Penders did it by accident because he doesn't know how to write a good father figure.
hmm
It makes me wonder if Penders is like a terrible father to his kid. Well, you never hear about his kids like say anything bad about him, but I think his kids just stay out of the spotlight because their dad's such a laughing stock. They don't want to be
they might not
associated
even
with
pay
him that
attention to what their
much.
dad does for work. I mean, it's just like
Yeah,
comics, so who knows? Let's see.
truly, he is one of the comic book authors of all time.
hmm
God,
He
remember when he was like just so
was.
insistent that I remember when he was just so insistent that Jeffrey St. John should have been Sally's first, and like even though people were telling him no, that's a terrible idea. Why did you want to write that? He and I actually felt a bit of pity for him when he said that. The reason is because he was actually on the receiving end of when he was like a teenager.
Oof. TMI Penders.
Yeah, like on one hand, I guess I should be glad Penders isn't a creep, but it does kind of make me feel pity for him that he just thinks that sort of thing is normal because that happened to him when he was a teenager with an older woman. Which, yeah,
That's bringing to mind
feels
the that's bringing to mind when South Park did like a riff on that sort of thing.
yeah. I just feel like a
And
strange mix of pity and
mhm,
disgust for Penders, and that was like one of those moments where I'm like, wow, Penders, that like
yep,
just because it happened, it was not frowned upon when you were a kid. When it happened to you, it doesn't, and that's like just kind of a tragic thing that
yeah. Honestly, I
he,
thought
yeah,
what I really liked about the way they did it, like with South Park, I really liked about the way they did it with South Park. There was was how they very much leaned into double standards. Like I don't know if you remember that episode at all.
no, I don't watch South
Okay,
Park.
that's right. The
Never
premise of that
watched it,
episode
and
was like Kyle's brother Ike, who's like in kindergarten, was like having a thing with his teacher.
yeah. I know that South Park was doing it for like dark humor, but
The
still,
thing is, though, that I think like made it just were elevated the material there was the reaction when they went to the when like like the parent Kyle's mom like went to the cops was the
yeah.
cops'
And wasn't it the
reaction
cops were
was
like all like
nice.
good for him? Yeah.
Yeah. And the show was very much going, no, this is not a good thing. And they
Yeah.
were leaning into how there's like obvious double standards here.
Are we sure Trey Parker and Matt Stone are libertarians?
You can be libertarian and still be right sometimes.
I know, I'm just making a joke. I just had to,
I know. I know.
since, in my opinion, the definition of libertarian is someone who says that everyone should be free to do what they want, and age of consent is just, I don't trust anyone who describes
But
themselves
look,
as
I
libertarian.
think they have also reversed a little bit on some of their own personal politics too, in recent years,
Oh, I know.
because the fact of just realizing, like, just grappling with the sort of stuff they enabled.
Yep.
I know they've also had a bit of a time. There's also the whole thing that they've had a bit of a time there, like just as actually like the whole Casa Bonita saga there.
Yeah.
Like just the amount like they basically essentially just well, I mean, like they bought a money pit knowing they were buying a money pit,
Yeah.
and decided to run it in a way that was going to keep making it a money pit for some time because that's what they wanted. And you know what also is involved in pits of money and stuff? Ads. Like the ads that we're going to be running in
Yeah.
just a handful of seconds. So we will be right back après ces messages. Mm-hmm.
Oh, baguette. Game freak, so you know.
Back. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, like I don't know, Sword and Shield's plotline. I kind of honestly, like I think the biggest issue is that Chairman Rose's comeuppance was, well, he needed more of a comeuppance. Because Chairman Rose, in retrospect, was a very realistic villain, and maybe that's the problem.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, he did send himself off to jail, so he did like actually turn himself in and get sent to jail for who knows how long. Didn't get bailed out or anything.
Yeah, but he's not going to be there very. He's going to Club Fed.
Fair enough. And also, it's Pokemon. I feel like for like anyone who isn't like a real nasty piece of work, they probably are more about reforming than anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like for like, I mean, there's former members of Team Flare, like they're being reformed, not like put in jail for eternity. You know.
Yep.
Again, it's one of the things that's like Pokemon. I feel like there's a few characters where like even like the Pokemon would be like, yeah, there's no reforming this person. I think you know who one of them is.
Oh yeah, they've had a bunch of characters. Yep.
You know, gets us. And a Lysander if he didn't get hit on the head by a bunch of rocks from his own weapon and also brainwashed by Zygarde.
Hmm.
Now Volo, I think he could have been reformed because again, I don't think he was truly like people say, oh, he's the most evil, but kind of implicitly got his brain zapped into like utterly broken into his sanity, just utterly broken by
Mm-hmm.
Giratina using it. And it like people say, oh, Volo was using Giratina, but I think it was more Giratina was using Volo, and like you know,
Mm-hmm.
Volo thought Giratina could maybe help him, and then Giratina just like, well, you'd be a useful puppet.
Yep. Let's see.
Like if Giratina can turn its act around and become good after her like eons of basically sulking in the distortion world, waiting to get its revenge on Arceus and tear the entire universe apart.
Mm.
I think the guy that it broke the sanity of can also turn out to be a pretty good guy once he's not influenced by it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And Legends EA kind of hints at that I was right by implying that Volo donated that Arceus outfit that was like the traditional outfit of his people to like a museum and gave up on the whole wanting to become God and remake the universe thing now that
Yep.
Giratina wasn't messing with his head.
Mm-hmm.
I went back to I actually think like a more interesting take on Volo is like he wasn't manipulating you all along, but more that at first he actually did consider you a friend and a kindred spirit, like an outsider, like him
Mm-hmm.
with nowhere to belong. And then that kind of gave him second thoughts about helping Giratina, and Giratina was like, well, I can't have that, so it just kind of gave him the hate plague, you know.
Yep.
I mean, Giratina gave the alpha Pokemon the hate plague. Who says it couldn't give It couldn't give a person I mean, alpha it gave the noble Pokemon basically the hate plague.
Yep.
Who says it couldn't give a person the hate plague? Especially a guy who seemed to get along better with Pokemon than with people to begin with, you know?
Yep. Let's see. So I think I got the basics
Like, I think
down.
that actually makes Volo more terrifying, that he wasn't faking his affection for his Pokemon, that he wasn't faking his friendship with you, but that, like, Giratina just kind of twisted him around into, like, the exact opposite, like, a twisted, like,
Mm.
exaggerated his righteous fury at the world and redirected his anger at a target that didn't deserve it, you know? You.
Mm.
I think that's like a. Yeah. So you actually are fighting your friend. It's not just that he betrayed you; it's that he got betrayed by your team, and you need to like free him from it.
Mm.
And even the concept art of Legends Arceus indicates that when he's at his absolute worst, when you fight him before fighting Giratina, he's on a power high, which implies pretty much like I feel like Pokemon fans are so media illiterate that they need like how Zelda Tears of the Kingdom before you fought Unova when he had that mask controlling him, his boss side subtitle was clearly not himself. I think Pokemon fans needed that like before you fought Volo to understand what he actually is as a character, you know?
I'm gonna point out that that calling Pokemon fans media illiterate is letting them off the hook because of the fact that Pokemon fans are not the only ones that lack any sort of media literacy.
Oh, I know. I know. Look, I have a very dim view of the Pokemon fandom from seeing how bad the takes so many Pokemon fans have are. Like,
I'm just pointing
no,
out
I'd rather have
you
the
can Mad Lib that with like any fandom these days.
exactly. I know, but
I mean,
like
hell, I already did that with when I was bringing up Amazing Digital Circus.
Digital Circus, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of there's Pokemon fans on Reddit who are saying stuff like, "Oh, kids today are gonna be stumped with Fire and Leaf Green. They'll never be able to beat it." And then there are kids and teens posting stuff like, "I just beat the game with my starter Pokemon," and these neckbeard gatekeepers are like, "No, impossible."
That's not true. It's
Maybe
impossible.
maybe Pokemon games were never that hard to begin with. You were just a kid, and maybe kids today are smarter than you were when you were a kid. You know?
Hmm. Well, maybe they're just used to them. Maybe they're used to all these mechanics because JRPGs were not quite as big in North America at the time.
Yeah. Oh, and also like the other thing is, I mean, a lot of people actually say the hardest Pokemon game is one that like a lot of the neckbeards say is actually too easy and sucks. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon.
No.
Like a lot of the bosses, like not just the trainer bosses, but like the totem Pokemon have good EV and IV setups. They have good move sets, and of course, there's Ultra Necrozma being the Nuzlocke killer.
Mm-hmm.
But Sun and Moon have too many cutscenes. They suck, and I'm just like, yeah, because they were trying to tell a decent story. And in the original Sun and Moon's case, which I do like more than Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Sun and Moon actually succeeded in telling a pretty good story.
Mm-hmm.
Like honestly, I think like even though it seems like remakes are kind of off the table for the next few years, like Game Freak does want to get back to them. Like they don't want to like
Yeah.
let they don't want like the executives to screw over Ilka or Pokemon Works like they do with BDSP, where like
Right.
basically the whole thing that happened with BDSP is Game Freak didn't want to remake Diamond and Pearl for whatever reason, which I kind of think is maybe Game Freak
Could
felt
just be
that
they didn't
Diamond
have
and
the
Pearl were like,
resources.
yeah, that too. I also kind of think maybe Game Freak was like, it does kind of seem like there's a lot more fondness at Game Freak for like the Gen 5, 6, and 7 games than like Diamond and Pearl, and
Mm.
I kind of wonder like maybe Game Freak has the same view of Diamond and Pearl as being like kind of a mistake that I actually do and that a lot of fans actually disagree with. Which would be really funny if it turns out Game Freak also doesn't think too highly of the generation that a lot of the neckbeards online say is the best gen. You know, look, Generation 4, I'm gonna say it, like that's the only generation where I really felt like they were running out of ideas for Pokemon. Like all those new evolutions for older Pokemon, some of which were just ugly. The legendaries were very abstract designs that didn't seem to have very cohesive design concepts, and a lot of the new Pokemon feeling very dex fillery and forgettable.
Mm.
Like, and even I will say 2/3 the starters in Gen 4 are actually great, like the Turtwig and Piplup lines.
Okay.
And then you got the monkey that look, a Sun Wukong monkey is cool, but it's pretty clearly just an excuse to try and recapture the same sort of success that Torchic had in Gen 3, being a firefighting type. And despite my own dislike for the Chimchar line, this succeeded with Chimchar being the popular one of the Gen 4 starters. And stealing Torterra's spotlight in the anime, even though Ash caught a Turtwig before he caught a Chimchar. This is this is my villain origin story for why I hate the Chimchar line.
Yeah, everyone needs a good villain
I'm,
origin story.
I'm gonna be honest, the only like Gen 4 mascot mon out of the big three Gen 4 mascots that everyone thinks of, Infernape, Lucario, and Garchomp that I actually respect is Garchomp, because Garchomp is pretty damn cool.
Yeah, every villain needs a good villain
Like
origin story. So yeah, that's completely fair.
like Lucario, I don't hate it, but I'm like, why is its nose? It's a
Mm-hmm.
dog. Why is its nose separate from its mouth? Why are you designed like this? You look like those wolves from that CGI Jim Henson movie that they made in the direct-to-video movie that the Henson company made in like the 2000s, Three Pigs and Baby. Like the wolves, their noses were severed from their mouths. It looked terrible. This was not like, and this was after Jim Henson died, so
Yeah, this would have been long after he died,
yeah.
based on timelines. Speaking of, did you ever watch
But
the new Muppet Show episode that they did?
no, I need to. I heard it's
Oh,
great.
hey Ramses, how's it going?
You know what I think they need to do with the new Muppet? If they bring back the Muppet Show, get Joel Hodgson as a guest.
Uh, the only thing I wonder is I think Joel would play well against the Muppets, but I'm just not sure if he's a big enough name for it. But I do think that he would play well with the Muppets. Like I saw a post that someone made that I think
Yeah.
was very well thought out, where someone was pointing out
Well,
that not every celebrity is cut out to actually guest with the Muppets. There's a lot who would be very bad at it, and it's a certain type of person where you have to be willing to you have to be willing to give up some level of control and make yourself like the butt of the joke as well.
yeah, like Milton Berle did a great job of that in the Muppets. Like the episode he was in on the original Muppet Show,
Oh, I mean
where like Statler and Waldorf
Mhm.
heckled him.
Oh, I mean like Sabrina Carpenter does a fantastic job in the new Muppet one there.
Like, because they full on like have her
Anyway,
like
my
fangirling over Miss Piggy.
my concept for like a Joel Hodgson episode, like it's actually him and characters Joel Robertson, and you also got Trace and Kevin as Crow and Tom.
And as I said, that's why I think that it would be like I feel MST3K is a little bit too niche for the Muppet Show. You can make nods to it,
Fair
but I
enough.
think like directly using MST3K is a little bit niche in this day and age.
But imagine like having like Statler and Waldorf like heckling Joel and the Bots, and Joel and the Bots heckling them back.
Actually, yeah, no.
Imagine
What I
the
would have is
queer.
Statler and Waldorf, and then I would have like Crow and if you're doing that, you put Crow and like what's his name and what's his name Tom Servo like behind them.
Yeah,
You put them in the same booth but behind them.
yeah.
Like it can be done
Statler
well,
and
but
Waldorf.
yes, I'm just mainly going off the fact that feel that.
I know
All right, we all know what this means, ladies and gents. We have another Transformers fact that I need to deliver.
Karaoke.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was making a C3K reference. Karaoke. They always pronounce karaoke on the show.
Okay. So let's see. Let's pick another Transformers fact. What do we want to go with this time? Let's do. Have I ever talked much about like the I'm trying to think if I've talked much about these guys or not there. I don't know if I've talked much about the Breast Force on Transformers facts.
Sorry. So sorry.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's talk about them a little bit there. Because they are a faction from Transformers Victory.
Breast force.
Yes, they are a faction from Transformers Victory there.
They're
Yeah,
a bunch
honestly,
bunch
like
of
at this point for me, like, look, the name doesn't faze me whatsoever. If anything, I get annoyed at the easy laughs about it because it is a name that makes perfect sense in context.
Oh, I know.
Because it
Look,
makes
I just had to do a Beavis and Butthead bit.
yeah, it is a fantastic name because it is both descriptive and punny, and that is why I love it. Because
Where's
the
the pun
fact that
come from?
because the Breast Force they make up most of the Destrons in that series there for Transformers Victory. There is seven. There's I guess no, technically there's 8 of them in the series, technically speaking. But you have the 7 main ones though in the main faction there. You have like the you have the main Breast Force there. That serves under Leozak. They are 6 warriors there. Initially it's just 4 warriors as part of the team there in the series. There we have a Hellbat. Sorry. Like to start off, we have Leozak, we have Kill Bison, we have Drillhorn, and we have Jaruga, and they
Kill
are
Bison,
all
he of the infamous middle finger.
yes, Kill Bison, yes, which Evan keeps sneaking into official photos. Like Evan keeps posing Kill Bison in poses where you would have a raised middle finger if that toy could have it.
Yep.
And I love it. I love his commitment to the bit there. But anyway, yeah. So
Look,
anyway,
if I was involved in Transformers, there would be bits I'd be committed to, like Bone Crusher hating everything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great bit for Kill Bison. Anyway, anyway, they are very much the equivalent of an officer corps in Death Source's army, and Death Source is the other Breastmaster at this point. They are the equivalent of an officer corps compared to say like the Dino Force, because while the Dino Force is essentially like they're like the grunts, they're kind of like the enlisted goon squad. They're the idiots.
They're idiots.
They're complete idiots, and I love them for it. But the Breast Force,
I love the Dino Force.
they are all people who individually are all actually competent soldiers. They all have a grasp of tactics. They all have a grasp of how to actually fight. And they all are they're all capable of strategies. Like there's an episode there where full on where it's like just straight up Drillhorn is like, hey, so I've got an idea to steal energy. Why don't we do this? And they do his plan, and it honestly does go fairly well as far as plans go. Like they're not very like And you even get stuff like Desert Tactics, for instance, where there's like a couple of episodes there where it's like, the Cybertrons show up to try and stop the Destrons, and like the Breast Force are buried under the sand dunes waiting to ambush their enemies and stuff like that. Like there's full on like actual thought out tactics to what they're doing.
I imagine getting sand on your breasts is very uncomfortable.
Well, I mean, it's like, like not everyone is suited for sand. I mean, like, Sith Lords aren't big fans of it. But yeah,
I don't like sand.
anyway, as for where the actual name
I was
comes
gonna
from,
make that. Damn it.
yeah.
I was
Anyway,
gonna
as for
do
where
a
the actual
freaking
name
anime
comes from,
joke.
though, for
Damn
the
it.
Breast Force there, so their name, as I mentioned, is a pun. It's a multi-level reference because the whole premise of the name is that they have breastplates which come off and they can transform into their weapons.
And
But
they also turn into animal robots.
yes, you beat me to the punch, and that's why, as I was getting to, yes, that's where you have the pun element because breast and beast are one letter removed.
Oh.
Yeah, like breast and beast, you look at them like you can tell that that's what they're going for with the joke there. That's why they're the breast force, and that's why they're all
Yeah.
animals because it's like because they're all beast formers that turn into their chests.
Yeah.
Like it's a clever pun.
I was wondering if you could reimagine them as like Power Masters, with the breast animals becoming like Power Masters that you need to plug into them to transform them.
Yeah. That's true. They have nothing to do with the transformation. The Breast Force, unlike the God Masters in Master Force. Because remember, like they didn't have Power Masters in Japan; they had God Masters instead.
Yeah, God Masters, yeah.
And the whole premise was completely different too, because the God Masters were full on humans that had suits of armor that could transform into like engine blocks and stuff, and then they were essentially piloted mecha that they were puppeting. Whereas the Breast Force are full
Like
on
Optimus Prime, he's Japanese.
yeah, except it's not Optimus, but yeah. But yeah,
I was referencing I was referencing the Omni dub where he says, "I'm Optimus Prime. I'm Japanese."
okay. But yeah, but yeah, like the Breast Force though, like all their animal partners are just like partner robots essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so they're a cool concept there, and like I really like that, and they've all got personalities to them. I like that too. Like it's like they've all got distinct personalities. And it's also one of the best combiner slow burns we've ever had in Transformers, I would argue, because they only bring in the first 4 at the start of the series, and one of the mid-season things is when they actually get the whole team together and finally combined. So like there was a gradual build up to that, and it is great because as far as power scaling goes, Lyle Kaiser kind of just flips the board from a power scaling standpoint.
Yeah.
Like Lyle Kaiser is crazy powerful. Like their whole combined form. Sorry?
Can he beat Goku? Sorry, I had to say it.
Well, that depends on how many Senzu Beans Goku has, because you give Goku enough Senzu Beans and he can beat anything.
Yeah.
Well, no, except One Punch Man, because One Punch Man's character rules do not allow him to be beaten. You got to respect the actual internal workings of a universe for a character.
I mean, there's one other character Goku can't beat, and I'm not talking about Superman.
Cancer?
No.
Heart disease? I mean, look, we all know that Goku's ultimate opponent is Batman with prep time. That depends. Does Batman how aware is Batman of Lyle Kaiser's weaknesses and strengths?
No, I was talking about. Well, I see what Ramsey's talking about. I was talking about Popeye the Sailor Man. Like, you give that guy a can of spinach, he can beat anyone.
Okay, yes, but again, that's like internal. That's because you have to obey the internal rules of whatever situation you have. That said, I think the most important thing that like made me rethink a lot of the death battle stuff is I forget whose comment this was. It might have been Kurt Busiek that said this on social media, but I think he was talking in context with regards to the Marvel DC crossovers that they did back in the 90s, which was just the idea that it's not a question of who would win, because whoever wins is whoever the story requires to win.
Like, the whole
Yeah.
power scaling is irrelevant because if the story requires somebody to win, and even wrestling knows that too, to be fair. Pro wrestling knows that. It's not who would actually win in the fair fight. It's who is the more interesting character to win from a narrative standpoint. Like, the narrative comes before the power level.
Yeah, because I will say there are some death battle episodes where the least interesting character wins, but then there's ones where I'm like, yeah, the most interesting character did win. And one of
Incidentally,
the big examples of that is
I know
Simone
the current death battle's been getting a lot of
Digger
chatter.
defeating Kyle Rayner. Because look, I like Kyle Rayner, but
Sorry, who beat Kyle?
yeah, Simone the
Oh,
Digger,
yeah, I can see
Simone.
that.
His
Yeah,
drill is a drill. It appears.
Because Simone definitely has
I
more
mean,
willpower than Kyle does, but Kyle does have White Lantern abilities, so.
yeah.
But I
But the
think
thing is,
Simone has to
Simone,
win
like,
based on just the actual
he
like
just evolves
mechanics of the
beyond
story.
him. And he basically evolves beyond whatever Kyle can throw at him. And also, Kyle eventually will run out of juice, and
Mm-hmm.
Simone doesn't. Like, he just needs to eat something to get his power
Simone
back.
just needs
Kyle, he's got
willpower.
to, recharge power battery.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but I will say, like, a case in point though, like, I guess for interest and stuff is like, because Death Battle just did like the Metal Sonic versus Perfect Cell thing, and when I heard about the outcome of that, I have not watched the Death Battle. Don't tend to watch a lot of Death Battles, but when I did hear about the outcome, my reaction was very much one of, yeah, that tracks, but it also depends. Because
To be fair,
Perfect Cell would not be able to beat Metal Overlord because Perfect Cell does not have the ability to wield the positive energies of the Chaos Emeralds. And that is
and it
fun.
is explicitly Metal Overlord that defeats him.
Well, it would obviously be like when I read about that, I was like, well, obviously Metal Overlord would beat Perfect Cell. That's not
Yeah.
even a question. Metal Overlord beats Perfect Cell any day. But that being said, did Metal Overlord atomize Perfect Cell? Because if Metal Overlord did not
I haven't seen the
atomize
episode, but
Perfect
I'm pretty sure
Cell,
he did.
in theory, if he did not atomize him down to every last cell, then you risk having what happened in Dragon Ball Z there, where Cell regrows from a single cell and comes back, and has and because Saiyan regeneration, he's that much more powerful.
Yeah.
I think the bigger question
No, I think he
is,
atomized him.
yeah,
I haven't seen the episode,
yeah,
but
I
I
think the
think he
bigger
atomized.
question realistically is Metal Sonic acting on his own, or is Eggman giving him orders?
I think it was Metal Sonic acting on his own.
Okay, yes, because if it is Eggman giving him orders, Eggman would not want Perfect Cell destroyed. He would want to study Perfect Cell. He would want to
For being
he would want Perfect Cell into his own weapon, because that is how Eggman
Yep.
works. And
Yep.
is what would give Perfect Cell the in to beat Metal Sonic. Because Eggman would make that tactical mistake, and Perfect Cell
Yeah.
would escape, and Perfect Cell would turn on Eggman.
Yet another monster of Eggman's creation.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes, exactly. But yeah, going back to the Lyle Kaiser beating Batman with prep time. As I said, that depends. I don't think it's actually, yeah, that's a very good question because, like,
I mean,
we're
60s
talking.
Batman could beat him. 60s Batman has that thing that can create a 2000 decibel blast of sound that would actually create a black hole larger than the known universe. If we applied realistic physics.
Well, I'm just thinking about this from a standpoint of just the differences of scale. Because Lyle
Yes, but
Kaiser
I
is
had to
pretty
do the
massive.
obligatory. Yes, but I had to obligatorily bring up that 60s Adam West Batman casually has a device that could destroy the entire known universe, and
Hmm.
this makes. Sorry, it's just like one of my favorite
I
things to bring
forgot
up
about
about
what bit is that in Batman 66?
like it's like a thing that's he says is meant to ward off tigers by blasting them with a device that's like 2000 decibels or something.
Hmm. No, I believe you. I've just not seen enough Batman 66 to know that offhand.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I know it's like a device that he has, and I just think it's really
Mm-hmm.
funny that because the writers basically made something so exaggerated, they didn't consider that like
Oh, I
how
am well
physics
aware of
works,
the
so they
Batman with prep
accidentally.
time joke. Don't worry, Ramses. I am well aware of the Batman with prep time running thing. Yes.
Yeah, well, what about Man? Could he beat Lyle Kaiser, or is Man too stupid to beat Lyle Kaiser?
Man?
You know, Man,
You mean as in the
Batman
hero?
without ears. No, Batman without the ears on his costume, like from the Aslume. Sorry, I spent too much time. Ramses, Ramses gets it. Ramses gets it.
To that,
I'm sorry. I just
I only have one thing to say.
the
How
enemy of the platypus is
bad can
Man.
he be? He's just helping the economy.
What does that have to do with the Aslume?
Because man,
No, no. The enemy of the platypus is Man.
yes, and the enemy of a platypus with a hat is Heinz Doofenshmirtz.
Yes. Oh, and the other thing about Man, the other thing, like, there actually is a character with lure at the end of his name, according to a Slume lore, Donkler, who is, what they call the Joker. That's what the insane people on the Slume call the Joker.
Hmm.
Yes, Ramses, thank you for understanding this particular brand of insanity I'm bringing into this.
Yes, yes, it is a brand of insanity I'm clearly not very versed in. I don't know if that's a
Why
good
is
thing or a
Techno not
bad thing.
versed in? Why is Techno not versed in the Slume? Is he stupid?
Because I did not, because I only I stopped using 4chan in like the what probably like early 2010s at the latest, and even then I only ever really went
It's,
to Toy.
it's not even 4chan, it's Reddit.
Yeah, I was never a big Reddit goer like for years and
I don't
years.
even I don't even I don't even go on Reddit. I don't even have a Reddit account, but the Slume is like something like people have introduced me to. Just I lurk there just to see the insanity and just the shenanigans, and basically the our bat r slash Batman Arkham went insane, but instead of insane in a
Yeah, you
stupid way
mentioned that to
like
me.
r slash yeah, like instead of it insane in a way where they complain about everything and just are insufferable whiny little bitches like Pokemon subreddits usually are,
Hmm.
they went insane in a very funny way where they basically went from a subreddit about a Batman video game to a completely unhinged shit posting subreddit that still manages to actually have. Well, let me put it this way: they have pretty respectable politics. Like they're very anti Chud,
Okay, that's
as
good.
it turns out. Yeah. Which raises the question: is the Assume really insane, or is everyone else the real insane, or is the rest of Reddit the real insane people?
Look, I think at that point you have the best thing to do is to quote like you know the classic that you can quote in any conversation.
This town needs an enema.
No. Yes.
Yes.
No, 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 wrong.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Like Skinner.
Yes, yes. You can quote Steam. You can have any conversation. You can survive any conversation with just Steamed Ham quotes.
One thing I should excuse me for a moment. Oh, that was wonderful. A good time was had by all. I'm pooped.
Yes. Well, good lord, what is happening in there?
Aurora Borealis.
Aurora Borealis. At this time of the in this place, in this time of the year, like localized entirely in your kitchen.
Yes.
May I see it?
No.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, yeah. I remember what so I think one of the most interesting like just art piece steamed hams things I saw like a while ago was someone did a whole steamed hams meme that was my dinner with Skinner. So they did an entire like 40-minute like live action My Dinner with Andre, but steamed hams.
I think the funny thing is back when the 13 Tales of Springfield, a lot of Simpsons fans kind of overlooked it and ignored it, and then it just became like a few like just, like in the
It took
last
like 20
decade it
years to
became
become a
like
meme. Let's be fair.
yep, yeah. It's a good episode, but like the steamed hams thing just it was ignored for so long, and then it just became like the Simpsons meme.
Hmm. I do like the
Kind of
concept of
created
the
a newbie
episode being
boom.
that we have all these side characters that we can do stuff with.
I mean, it was kind of meant to be kind of a backdoor pilot for like spin-offs about other Simpsons characters.
I think so, yeah. Oh,
God,
oh,
like
yeah,
I love how
yeah, yeah. But your kids will love it.
yeah, I love how like just the steamed ham memes kind of like created like a renaissance of like a newbie boom of people younger generations getting into classic Simpsons.
Hmm.
Like
Oh, yeah, a
that's
lot
some
of that
classic
stuff's good.
comedy right there.
Hmm.
Like I think like the thing about the classic Simpsons is there's basically a quote for anything if you look hard enough.
I mean, that's not hard when you have something running long enough. That's the
I
thing.
and I don't just mean like the whole run of the Simpsons. I mean like just the
No, I get
classic
that. I just
seasons
mean,
of
but even then, that's still like 9 seasons you have to work with for material.
yeah, yeah.
That's not, as I said, that's not very hard.
Every time I hear the song Amadeus on the radio, I just think of Dr. Zaius, Dr. Zaius,
Of course you do.
Dr.
You
Zaius,
can't
Dr.
not.
Zaius, ooh, 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 Dr. Zaius. God.
What's wrong with me? It's
Sorry, I
like,
forgot the lyric.
although the one I think of more in terms of Simpsons musical references is from the New York episode.
Yeah.
I'm checking in. I'm checking in, like the Betty Ford musical.
See here, I hear I'm checking in. I'm seeking guidance. Sorry, I just had to bring that up.
Yeah, it's
For my reckoning, I'll never turn to violence.
yep.
Play sucked ass. Hey, you.
Hmm. Let's
Who,
see.
me? That's right, baby. Sorry, channeling Vox.
Yeah, well, yes, I can see that coming. It's very clear that that's what you're doing.
Oh, you can see it coming, huh?
Okay, there's the.
Sorry. One thing I like to do to mess with is a friend of mine. Like, she's a big Hellverse fan and has been fan, and I like do like really good impressions of various Hellverse characters, and it always inflicts psychic damage on her. Like, I mean, I got the legs. I mean, I got the chest fluff that everyone thinks it tits. I got the legs. Oh, I got the legs.
uh, and now I'm
Should I? Perhaps. Will I? No.
and
Do
here I
I
am laughing
enjoy being difficult? Most definitely.
and here I am laughing and thinking about how like one of the things I love about like One Piece, including the live action thing, is the distinct laughs that everyone has.
Yeah.
Like one thing that actually was fun there was like for the stuff in theaters there because they showed the first two episodes in theaters. And what was fun at like they were very much like at the beginning when they're doing all the pre-rolls, they were like, yeah, stay for the end of the credits because we've got something to show you like after the credits roll. And it was what's his name, Joe Magnano or whatever. They're like like just doing a greeting for the audience sort of thing there.
Ooh.
And what was fun there is just when he's just because he's starts slipping in like the voice he's doing like for Crocodile and stuff there, and then when he does the laugh,
Yeah.
just that deep that laugh. Like
Is that what
got
it sounds like? Ew. I don't like it.
but yeah,
Sorry.
it's but yeah, like
I don't
it
know. I
was
just felt like quoting Valentino when he saw like the Might of Wolf. Is that really what it looks like? Ew. I don't like it.
yeah. Yeah, it's fun though, like just how like even like in the pre-roll stuff, because they had like cast messages for everyone too, like including like they had a thing with Inaki and Oda. And
Yeah.
naturally, Oda's face is censored with like how Oda draws himself. So like he's got
How does he
like
draw himself again?
he draws himself with what like the fish for a head or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so like they just had
I
that
remember.
they had that pasted over his head like in the actual video footage because like Oda does not
Because
show
I
his face.
remember. Yeah, it's like how Toriyama always drew himself as a little gremlin with a gas mask.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like Oda's very similar. He likes his privacy. Apparently there's a photo online that keeps getting passed around of Oda that is like not actually Oda, to the point where it's a running joke to pass that around as a photo of Oda.
Meanwhile, we all know what Araki looks like because that guy just needs to remind us that he's ageless.
Yep. But you know what? Let's be honest. I think there's probably a case to be made that mangaka have the right idea.
Yeah, or like
Considering,
how Arakawa, like who does FMA, like she always draws herself as a cow.
yeah, there's a long history there. Yeah. But I mean, like, I would argue they have the right idea, considering like how people like just treat like Western creators.
Yeah,
Incidentally, in terms of things like,
okay.
did you hear about the crap going on with Mega Man 11 or whatever? No, not 11, like the
Yeah,
new Mega
Ben
Man.
Diskin. Yeah, Ben Diskin had to leave the role because Capcom was like, "Oh, you need to leave your union behind."
Yeah, because he's not willing to do a non-union because the previous game
Yeah,
was union. That's the thing.
yeah,
But this one is not, and he has left over that. And like he even said like in his statement, I would have taken less money if it stayed union,
yeah,
because for him it's about the principle and also the fact that the union has actual protections against Gen AI. Like they're
yeah.
not great protections, but they are protections. But I think the thing that makes me angry though about all that stuff is how like how radicalized a lot of video game quote unquote fans are about unions in video games.
Yep,
And let's be honest, we can blame the Genshin fan base for this one.
yep.
I say as someone who plays Genshin, we can fully blame the Genshin fan base for this one, and basically just the whole we don't care what actor thinks, we want our game.
Yep.
And then like just going after actors who like made statements with regards to being in favor of being having issues with people still working and stuff. It's ridiculous.
I wonder if this is one of the reasons Pokemon is still reluctant to go with full voice acting because they know that they've seen this shit go
I
on,
think
and
it's also just the fact that voice
you
acting
know,
is expensive, and it also voice acting is a limiter in a video game, like especially on the production cycle of Pokemon. I think it's probably more to
and
do with that.
also like, I
Like
will
when you
say like with the extended production cycle they're getting, they might be, but I don't know. Like
yeah, but I think
I think like
production
part of it is
cycle
also that they have to.
yeah, but I do think that production cycle is a major factor because if you've got a 2 year cycle, you've got to record all your voice lines pretty early on, and like that's just the way games go. See, that means you got to write your scripts
Yeah,
pretty early on. You got to translate your scripts pretty early on with something like Pokemon. So
and
like
there's
that,
so many, and Pokemon gets translated into so many languages that
yes,
voice acting wouldn't really be
yes, and you
practical.
have to vet everything too because it's Pokemon.
Yep.
Like it's not like say being able to like make last minute revisions to a text script.
Yeah, and honestly, I think like Pokemon needs voice acting about as much as like I'm trying to think of something else that doesn't really need voice acting.
As much as I need a hole in the head.
Yeah,
I mean, depending on who you talk to, like that is, because there's probably people out there who would say, yeah, techno needs a hole in the head. But
yeah,
yeah, I
but
don't, I don't talk to those people, so whatever.
like I genuinely
I don't know
think
who those people are. I don't talk to them.
like admittedly I will say that the Pokemon company has gotten better at dubbing stuff. Like but I still think like one of the things that I like to be able to imagine the characters having the voices I imagine them with.
Yep. Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, it's
Like imagining Getsus with the voice of what's his name? Matthew Reese.
hmm. Let's see.
Emperor Bellos.
Yeah. Actually, I couldn't remember who
He's
like
he,
he voiced until you brought up Bellos, and then I was like, oh, okay.
yeah,
But let's see.
yeah. I mean, I will say like some of the Pokemon like Origins animes actually did a really good job like casting like guy to play Getsus. Like I think it was Pokemon Evolutions that cast what's his name? Why can't I think of his name? Uh, Patrick Seitz in the English dub,
Hmm.
who is none other than the voice of everyone's favorite anime vampire.
Yes, but he's also the voice of everyone's favorite squatter.
Who?
You watched Titans Return, right?
Oh yeah, like he was Overlord, right?
Yes, and he did all the squatting. He did the what you call it? Teabagged Rodimus or whatever.
Yes.
But let's see.
Sorry, I just got to run from these knackle stack that are
Hmm.
trying to murder me like a lysopod.
Let's see. This is coming so far. Yeah, I'm not gonna finish this tonight, but we got a good deal of. I know that already, but I don't think. But I've gotten a good deal of progress. It's coming. Like I think this is coming along pretty well so far, though. Let's see. Like I need to put the mouse just in there, but I think I'm getting a lot of the basic aesthetic down. Like I'm torn as to whether I want to work on this more off camera or not. So because just the fact that's like I like doing the like raffle stuff on like on stream. It's why it took so long for me
And
to
the funny
actually
thing
start
is,
on this.
a few years later, they would actually cast the Japanese voice of Dio as Getsus in another series of Pokemon shorts. So he has been Dio twice
Nice.
in two different languages. Now the irony is, according to Araki, if Dio actually found out just how bad like Giorno's mother treated him, he actually would have stepped in and actually been a pretty decent but still evil father. Basically being everything Dio's actual father wasn't, because Dio's father is part of the reason the way he is.
Yep. And also sometimes those narcissists are just like wanting to, like there's the narcissistic element of Dio just wanting to, have progeny. Because
Yep.
vampire, so it's not... Actually, wait, how does that work there? Like, think about it. So, because when he
He's technically not undead. He's genetically like technically Giorno is technically Jonathan's son
yeah, that's why I
or
was asking that
descendant,
because
as like
technically Giorno's would be Jonathan's son because that's Jonathan's body.
yeah, that Dio's attached to.
Mm-hmm. God, like just the insanity of that JoJo lore when you actually stop to
It's why
think
I
about
love
it.
JoJo.
And then you got things like like I love the bit still like in part 4 where you get like the guy who shows up who may or may not be a space alien.
Yeah,
And it's like and it is left deliberately ambiguous as to whether or not he actually is a space alien. Like that's that's my favorite JoJo part honestly, the one that's just like Persona 4 except that
yep. Persona 4, but better.
well yeah, it's like you watch that and it's like, "Oh, I see. I know now I see where Persona 4 came from." Okay. They just took JoJo Part 4 and filed off the serial numbers.
My usual joke with Persona is that it's JoJo if the creator was in denial about how gay it was.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because doesn't Persona have some major issues with that?
Yep.
And and my saying that is understating it.
Oh, you are definitely understating it, dude.
As someone who doesn't follow Persona super closely, I am aware of that much anyway.
It's honestly kind of tragic. Like, these very obviously queer kids are trapped in a very heteronormative world.
Yes, unfortunately, they're trapped there by creators that do not actually want to get them out of that.
Yep.
I mean, to the
And
point
it
where
just kills me that
they full on had like in the in Persona 4, they full on had a character like who full on has like just like just gender confusion stuff there and their whole thing, and then they had all the really messy gender stuff in the actual Persona nightmares.
Yep.
Yeah, it's something, all right. Persona, ladies and gentlemen, but yeah.
It's a very awkward series. It has its moments, but like I
hmm
feel like
It's got some great
I
music.
feel it's kind of I feel like the irony of Persona is that Pokemon is basically Shin Megami Tensei for kids. Yet Pokemon consistently does better queer rep than Persona.
I mean, it's Persona's own fault for making the bar that low.
Yeah. And like the thing with Pokemon is that like Nintendo has probably tried to censor like the stuff Game Freak and TBC have been putting in the games, and even though Nintendo's moved towards
It's a
clear rep
Japanese
for like
company, of
other
course they have.
franchises. I know. Well, yes. I just think like it's kind of baffling that like Persona is like targeted at an older demographic, and yet Pokemon runs circles around it when it comes to queer rep.
I mean, children's entertainment tends to be
Pathetic,
at the
really.
forefront because it can get away with more.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Pokemon can get away with more because it's like more popular, I guess.
Oh no, I just meant children's entertainment in general tends to sneak more stuff in.
Yeah.
Then you can get away
Yeah.
with. Then you can get away with like in programming for adults.
The irony.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they could save others from dying, but not themselves.
How ironic. I had to do the Megatron bit, can you tell?
How ironic. He could save anyone else from dying, but not himself.
Okay, see, you can do a much better Frank Welker Megatron than I can.
He could save anyone from dying.
Sorry, I'm just trying to see if I can change up the range a bit because
It's a bit limiting to go down here. But if I can change the range up a bit more into something like this, it becomes far more manageable to do.
I actively did have to practice the laugh for some time to be able to get the laugh.
Yeah.
Like that took actual practice.
Now, Beast Wars Megatron, he's one I've been doing for years. Yeah. So,
Yes.
yeah.
And then of course there's the really hard laugh, which hold up, let me take a sip. Because this laugh I can only really do if I'm like properly hydrated.
Soundwave.
Destroy gadgets.
Yep. Dr. Claw, Soundwave. And you know who else that voice
Same
would be
voice.
good for? And you know who else that sounds like that, right?
Oh yes, of course.
It's really cute that you. No. I wasn't talking about like the Cave of Blunders or anything. I was talking about like the devil, like from Bible.
Right. Doesn't he kind of have that voice there in
Yep.
like in Sonic Shadow Generations? Yeah.
Yeah, and the original, yeah. Like Ben Diskin and the guy who voiced him originally was he was the voice of Goku in the Funimation dub.
That's what I
Like,
thought.
why
It
can't I
was
think of
Sean
his name?
Schmel, yeah.
Yeah, Sean Schmel, yeah. And people actually thought it was Frank Welker voicing Black Doom, but it wasn't, just because like Sean Schmel manages to pull off a very Dr. Clawish voice, and Ben Diskin does a spot-on impression of that.
Dr. Claw's hard. Ben Diskin is incredibly talented though. Like he has one of my favorite Skeletors.
He's also my favorite JoJo.
Like I'm guessing you've heard his Skeletor, right?
No.
Oh my god,
But,
you need to fix that. You need to fix that. It's the Netflix Masters of the Universe show. Not the one that Kevin Smith did, but the other one that was aimed at kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Because his Skeletor is like the perfect balance between this very competent, very cruel character who is just like very dangerous, and a complete lunatic who like is a little bit mad, who got driven a little bit mad by the whole skeleton transformation.
So he's goofy, like the original Skeletor,
Oh,
just more evil.
he is capable of goofiness. Yes, there's a whole bit there at one point in an episode where they're like in Snake Bat, where he's like in Snake Batten or whatever, and and they are full on making a reference to like the microphone that the speaker that the toy had. Because he's just addressing everyone.
I know everything!
No, I'll watch it myself later.
All right, another quick bonus back. Okay, sweet. Okay, I actually have some stuff that I did want to bring up that I was thinking about because we are going to talk a little bit. I can only say so much because I haven't gotten super far into it, but I just started the other day finally my planned watch through of Beast Wars 2nd.
Nice.
And I want to talk about like my favorite guy in that series so far, and that is Megastorm.
Yeah.
Because Megastorm, oh my god, Megastorm is such a great character. Because like when he shows up, Megastorm is the Starscream of the series. And this is a show that
Ironic,
has
because there's a Starscream.
yeah, this is a show that has a Starscream in it, and Megastorm is the Starscream of the series. And like I find it hilarious to say that, given that there is someone literally named Starscream.
Yeah, like the only thing the Beast Wars 2 Starscream has in common with typical Starscreams is he turns into a jet and he's kind of a fruitcake.
Bit of one. I mean, all the jets are special in that show, but
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
but anyway, Megastorm, like, so he starts off as like, yo, this sycophantic loyalist, like to Galvatron, like, yo, just the
His
second,
brother.
yeah, the whole second in command bit there, where the thing that I love about that even is there's a bit in episode 1 where it's like Galvatron's giving like orders to his like minions or whatever, and Megastorm is doing the second command thing where you make yourself like more important by like repeating those orders to everybody.
Yeah.
And there's a bit he's doing that, and Galvatron tells him to just shut up, and he repeats that, and then realizes what he just got told.
Uh-oh.
No, it's just the funniest thing. It's a very Starscream move.
Yep.
It's full on Starscream. But so Galvatron gets taken out by like this is Galvatron scan. What happens is Galvatron scans in alt mode. He scans his Earth modes there. It's like the most powerful stuff or whatever on this planet. Scans them. The scan overloads him and knocks him offline. And like seconds, as soon as Megastorm is like, oh my god, what happened? Are you okay? It's like, are you there? It's like, oh, you're not responding. You're in some sort of a coma. The minute he realizes his boss is not waking up, his voice immediately like drops down in the register. Like, it's not even just like a personality shift. It's like full on, like, he drops his register there and is no longer like this high pitched second in command and just goes into this gruffer, more Megatron-y voice.
He's been waiting for this.
Yes, it's like he is ready
He's
for
been
this,
waiting
and
for this.
and he immediately goes into I'm in charge mode. Like, there's none of that Transformers Prime Starscream insisting that he's in charge. He is just like, and trying to make his case. He's like, okay, I'm in charge now. I am immediately activating troops that are loyal to me. I am immediately giving orders. Like, he is immediately taking charge as soon as he realizes his boss is down.
So he's actually a competent Starscream. Fairly competent, I mean.
The analogy I would actually use for him, and you'll love this one here. The analogy I would use is I would use I would use Snively as an analogy.
Snively, yes.
Snively, because he is just this completely loyal, like, yes man toady who like has a chip on his shoulder that he hides. And once his boss is out of the picture, he becomes he's a little bit more unhinged than his boss because of that chip on his shoulder. Because that just makes him that much more dangerous, because of the fact that he is because he does have something to prove.
Yeah.
So he's like I will show you just how good of I'll show you just how good of a leader, how good of an emperor of destruction I can be. That sort of attitude.
Does he ever torture a French guy with margarine, though? Margarine. I don't think I can really get up to like a Charlie Adler register there.
But
I tried.
But
sir,
we have to move through this, sir.
Now there is one Charlie Adley. There are a few Charlie Adler characters.
That one, Jim. That one I can do.
Oh, I was going. Hello, it's me. I just noticed things were going a bit too smoothly. I'm gonna mess it up.
Oh, this disconnects again. Hold up.
But yes,
Sorry.
I can do those sort of voices all that well. That Charlie Adler excels at. I can do that.
I just had to be Red Guy because he's my favorite.
It's just a matter of modulating between a high and a low. And that is the key to a lot of his character voices.
Dear diary, you are not going to believe what I'm about to write down and use. Hello, big brother.
But
Ed,
yes,
get in here.
God, we are just having too much fun with this.
I hate my life.
But yes, Charlie Apple characters are fun to do.
He also did like one of
He
the best
is.
Cobra Commanders.
Oh, I know. That Cobra Commander is why I actually would pick him to voice Flatline in a Transformers show. Just have him do sort of that similar voice, but with a bit of a German accent. For the mad scientist.
Hmm. Yeah, but if he's doing a German accent, you need to make sure that he has a chance to put the brain on the table.
Yes.
And speaking of brains, you know what requires none whatsoever? Watching ads. And that is what is
Ads.
about to
Yep.
come up very, very shortly on this stream. So we are gonna hit ads. This is probably gonna be the last ad break of the night, but but I'm still gonna draw for a little bit more. But yeah, we will be back après ces messages.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry to say. I miss
Mm-hmm.
Sly.
Anyway, yeah, we are back now, and yeah, as I was just saying, like just in the commercial break there, I wouldn't bring this up because TFCon LA is going to be this weekend. Um, Actually, I'll just talk about this a little bit quickly right now. I might bring it up a bit later before we end, but anyway, TFCon LA is going on this weekend. I hope all the Americans who are going there have a good time. I know a few people who are going. I don't know many. I think most Canadians are not going, but and there's obvious reasons for that. But yeah, I hope people have a good time in LA though. And there's a couple things there I am gonna need to try and get my hands on. One of them is
Like, I will be able to get my hands on them. It's just, oh, you got a gotcha thing to do? Okay.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to be attending TFCon Orlando later this year. When is that? Like in fall?
Yeah, that's the fall. Yes. But yeah, let me just set up my gotcha
I'm
screen
probably going to be
here.
hitting that. I'm probably going to be hitting that. Like I've kind of been waffling back and forth. I decided, hey, I might as well go. Provide moral support to any other decent people who go there.
Yep.
And the people running it. Since the people running TFCon seem to be pretty decent too.
Oh, yeah, Colin's all right. Let's see. Anyway, let's put this on for the gotcha stuff.
I'd rather have TFCon visiting my state than something Pete
Yeah.
shit Claire was
Right.
involved in.
Right. But anyway, though, so for TF, anyway, there's a couple things that I'm gonna need to try and get my hands on, though. I should be able to, but it's just, I just need to do that. One of them is Fans Hobbies exclusive because they are finishing the set of Predator jets.
Mm.
So the last one that I need, I have all the jets there. Like, let's be honest, the alt modes don't really fit because like they're just the Dreadwind Darkwing retools for the most part.
Yeah.
And like there's the Dreadwind Darkwing, there's the Armada Optimus, there's the Machine War Soundwave, which is like the best one. And there is the just from all the molds that they did there, like the Stalker one is like honestly I think the best one they did. And then there's the Skyquake that they did from their Overlord. But yeah, the last jet is going to be coming out, so I'm going to have to track that down. But the other thing, though, I want to bring up is as I sit down and as I let me just pick a box out of the gotcha stuff. Let's see, we have a wave 3. We have wave 2. Okay, yeah, we got wave 2 one. Sweet. Right, but anyway, what I want to talk about though is the fact that yeah. So the other thing though is that is going to be there is Transformers animated Giga fan Kian Carlisle. He is the man responsible for why we know as much as we do about like the unproduced season 4 because he kind of moved heaven and earth talking to people to learn about that and all the unproduced
He is
plans.
the god among men for that.
Absolutely, yes. And he's on very good terms with a bunch of people that worked on actually I think that's yeah, he worked with a whole bunch of people gotten good terms with a lot of them and has collaborated with like people like Marty and like Corey Burton has done
Yep.
voice work for some of his stuff there and everything too. But the big thing though, as I open this up, the big thing I want to bring up is that they are doing this year. They've been doing a lot of one-shot comics there that are adapting some of the unproduced stories for season 4, just based on the treatments there that existed. And one of the ones that they're going to be doing that they are not doing as a single issue, but as a 4-issue mini is Shattered Glass. They are adapting the original like concept for that. Um, it has involvement from I think Kian's writing it, but I think Marty is involved. People who knew
Tubes
Derek
is
well are
involved.
involved. Like a mutual friend of
Tubes
both
is
of ours
involved.
was involved in this.
Yep.
Who was a friend who was like pretty close with Derek.
Yeah.
And is someone who absolutely should have been involved, like needed to be involved for this project to have any legitimacy. I'll be honest, but so
Yep.
I'm glad that they're
Yeah.
involved. Uh, and they'll probably have special thanks. I'm just not naming names for the sake of it's like yeah, like it's a. Oh, and also we got another Constructicon. Sweet. I just looked down and was like, oh, Constructicon. But it's not an alt mode, unfortunately. It's a robot mode. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's start building it. But anyway, yeah. So there's that. Yeah, they're doing a 4-issue thing, and the first one is going to be going on sale in LA. And it's just a case of I'll have to get someone to see if I can find someone to middleman that for me, purely because of shipping.
Yeah.
Because shipping is a pain. And shipping individual comic issues one at a time is going to be a massive pain because of how expensive those have been to ship.
Shipping is what ruined Voltron Legendary Defender.
Yo ho ho.
Not even kidding. It was like I brought up earlier. That the execs basically telling the writers to scrap a lot of their plans to just try to pander to the fans was one of the things that went wrong with Voltron Legendary Defender.
Well, what went right here though is this Blocky's Bone Crusher because he's looking nice.
He hates looking nice though.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, so like with TFCon stuff, But anyway, with that said, though, I do have a Sunday stream that I'm planning to do. Actually, I'll be pretty busy on the Sunday. Because Sunday, we are going to be first up. I have planned like a well, we've got TFCon at home stream there. That is just going to be me opening a bunch of toys. And it's really just an excuse to open toys because TFCon is that weekend. But then also, I don't know if the official thing is out or not. I am going to be guesting on another channel there. I need to double check and see if the it's actually been announced in her schedule for stuff there. But I know Celia is doing some stuff that weekend, and I'm going to have to double check that. But I'll have to check her channel and see if that's announced. But I'm going to be guesting on there with among others, and it should be a blast. But yeah, here's Bone Crusher. A lot of gray on his face, honestly. I think a lot more than you usually get on Bone Crusher. Bit surprised by that. But it's clearly deliberate paint-wise. But okay. But yeah, again, it's not the Constructicon I wanted because I need more alt modes. And yeah, I think this is actually. Is it? Yeah, this is actually all the Constructicons in Wave 2 that I have open now. So it's just I need to finish the Wave 1 and Wave 3 Constructicons now, I think. So yeah. Okay. Cool. But anyway, that's our gotcha right there. That is our gotcha. So let's hide this again. Let's get back over to my tablet and keep arting a bit. But yeah, anyway, yeah. So the anime, so TFCon. I assume Mastermind Creations will have some stuff there too, but I haven't heard anything yet. Now I'm curious. Has anything been announced? I'm checking now because I don't think MMC's announced anything, but that could also just be a case of has stuff arrived in time because that happens.
Mm.
Like a lot of times they're cutting it pretty close with their exclusives for like them actually arriving. And that's just how it tends to roll. I'm just looking to see what else there is. I like that. Let's see what else. Yeah, I'm not seeing any stuff there, but I mean we'll have the third party announcements that weekend too. That'll be good.
Mm.
Because there's always the third party panels. There'll be some stuff that's announced, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just checking to see if okay, that's not been announced. Okay, yeah, but I know Celia was planning to do something like planning a stream. I don't think that she's announced it yet, but it should be fun though. So but yeah, but that's later in the evening, like in the early, like it's afternoon. I'm planning to open stuff up. So my plan is like open a bunch of toys, take a quick break, and then like pop back over the and then pop over to the other channel. So, but yeah, so that'll be good. And also, ooh, looks like we're getting some images here of like some of the Overgear stuff next to like other figures. I just saw an
cool.
image here with Overgear Blackout and Ironhide, and they're about the height of in robot mode. They're about the height of Commander Class Optimus. So
makes me feel a bit better about the price, I guess.
Sorry.
It makes me feel a bit better about the price.
Yeah,
but
especially considering that consider too how much Blackout compresses in that robot mode too.
Yeah, like the thing that has me worried is that they say that like Overgear is meant to be sort of successor to Vinyl Tech, and
yeah,
Vinyl Tech toys were, from what I understand, not fun to play with at all.
I mean, they don't have to worry about the realistic interiors on these, though. I think that's a.
Yeah.
I think that makes it a lot easier when you don't have the interiors to worry about. But yeah, they do look pretty good though. The Overgear stuff. The Overgear stuff honestly does look really nice. Like, I really like the lore premise that they're doing for that story universe too.
Yeah. My phone's getting low on battery, and I'm getting kind of tired, so I'm going to duck out.
Okay.
See y'all later.
Yeah, no problem. Have yourself a great rest of your night.
Yeah. And remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Bye, go bye.
I'm just gonna point out that it should have been by crypto because as a Simpsons reference, but okay. I know that the actual line is by gold, but like I don't know. I don't know. I find the Simpsons reference more fun. But anyway, though, yeah. So Strideways is here, Strideways is left, and we're gonna keep drawing a little bit more. And we're listening to the interesting cover of His World. I actually really like this version of His World because it's just a very different one. Like it's the most different of all the His World covers. Yeah, in this world. Like it's just got different. They just change up the actual set, chorus and everything like just enough that it feels like its own song. It's great. Ours does not exist in this world of worlds. In this world, one is all. In this world, never fear the fall. In this world, where compromise does not exist. In this world of worlds, every step meets the risk. Let's see. Yeah, so it should be good though. There's my plans for this weekend in terms of streams. Like I've got some good. Like I actually full on like changed where I was going to be opening largely because I remembered. Oh right, TFCon is this weekend. Let's change up my plans. So what'll be really nice for everyone that's going to the show is that it's a year where there isn't going that this year there isn't going to be daylight savings change happening at the convention itself because I've lived through that. It is not fun. It sucks when you lose an hour at a convention. Well, life is strong. An open book in this world. Compromise does not exist. This world, the world's every step. It's the risk in this world. One is all. I feel the fall. This world. Okay, there we go. This does not exist. This world, the world's every step means the risk. In this world, his world. Seriously, I really like what they do with this cover. It just gives it its own unique sound. Also, yeah, God, these lines are all thin, and they are going to get magnified like crazy once I actually start doing more stuff with this. This world, life is strong. Open book. This world, life does not exist. This world, the world's every step meets the risk. This world, one is all. Fear the fall. Life does not exist. This world, the world's every step meets the risk. In this world, his world. I'm trying to remember which Sonic game it is now. I know there's one that actually does sample like is it Malcolm X that they're sampling that they sample in like one of the Sonic games there for like just the level audio? But there's one where they do sample something like that. I just can't remember which one offhand. Hmm. Mm, mm, hmm. Mm. God, there's just so much little stuff that's different about these feet. All this asymmetry. Hmm. But we're making good progress. Progress is good. Hmm. Let's do a little bit more in the head. Honestly, I probably would save time if I did do this as a what you call it, use the line of symmetry on this, but I do like doing spontaneity sometimes, of just having different lines. Entirely just a personal preference thing. Hmm. Oh, let's see. What else here? Yeah, I got a lot of this done. Hmm. Like, what do we got right now for lines? Let's just see. Yeah, it's coming along pretty well so far. We got a good chunk of lines done. Still more to do, but yeah, we're making good progress on this so far. Making some good progress. Hmm. Looking forward to this, yes. Let's save this here. What is this for? Save this up.
And actually, I'm gonna just crop this file too, because why not? Why not crop this a bit since we got us unused space? I just tend to do really big canvases, that's all. So yeah, so we have some decent line work coming so far. Making some good progress. Making some good progress on this. Still a bunch to do. But yeah, we're doing the baselines, then I'll start thickening them up once I have that, and then it'll start coming to life. Then it'll start coming to life. But I'm gonna wander off shortly, but before we do that, let's show some stuff. Because why the heck not? Let's show off some stuff I've been working on lately. Let's see. Because I've been doing a lot of OC stuff lately. Like I've been working on a lot of OC character model stuff, as you can see here. I am full on making model sheets for a bunch of OCs, just with this chibi stuff, just as I'm refining out designs and doing multiple different outfits and stuff. Like yeah, I full on like even just hit the point with Shields over here where I full on like redrew her hips and stuff because I wasn't very happy with how they all looked. Like just she is one of those characters where it's like, yeah, she absolutely is. Honestly, objectively, as a character, she is underweight. She is absolutely underweight as a character, and does not like, and should probably have a few more pounds on than she does. But that's like her own character flaws. And yeah, and I've got Midori right here in some office wear, because I'm just doing like, what would a office look for Midori look like? And like I've been building out model sheets with all this stuff here. Probably gonna do a few more outdates for some outfits for some characters before I finish the model mark the model sheets as done. Um, because it's like, let's just put some different variety into some of this stuff here, some different looks. Like Shields, Shields. I've got a couple of outfits for her in my stuff there. For Knight, I've got her main outfit. I might do like one or two others too, just to change it up. Like I could always draw one with like her hoodie done up, as opposed to hanging around her shoulders, or even like I don't know. I could do like a professional look for her too. That would fit. I'm still thinking about what I'm doing, or like even just t-shirt look. I'm still thinking about like different looks I want to do for her and stuff. So for just visuals. Um, but yeah, like even just like there's a lot of stuff that I've been putting into things like just making sure like all the faces are different shapes. If you notice, that is like very much on purpose on my end. I'm very much trying to make sure everyone has like different that they are all characters who, if I were to draw them, I would be able to go, oh hey, this character has a different face. I can tell this character apart just by looking at them visually, which is that has been that I've mentioned this many times. That is like a design thing that I do try and make a point about. But yeah, let's see. We are going to wind down for the night though, I think. So let's bring up the stream schedule again as we figure out who to raid. So yeah, we're gonna be back tomorrow. I'm doing some Star Rail tomorrow. The plan is with this is to start doing like a bunch of the side quests for Star Rail there. There's a lot of side quests there's a bunch of side quests I need to do that get gems, so it's gonna be just a nice chill night. Maybe I'll put on something to watch while I'm doing Star Rail. I don't know. It's gonna be a chill night anyway. It's gonna be a nice chill night. And that'll be good. Yeah. I think actually we're gonna raid out Tahika because she'll probably be on for a little bit more. We're gonna raid out Tahika. But yeah. So we'll be back with some Star Rail, and then yeah, as I said on Sunday there, like I am planning probably around noon or so. I'm gonna do some toy unboxing. You can see I've got some really cool stuff in the queue there for stuff I'm gonna be opening up. It's gonna be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a good amount of fun. I might ask around and see if any friends want to join me as well. I'm not actively planning any collabs, but so I don't know if there'd be any promo art for that stuff, but we'd have to see. But yeah, I might try and throw something together. I will have to see. I'm just intending this as a thing there, and if friends want to drop in and say hello and stuff, they are absolutely welcome. So that's it. Thank you everyone who came by tonight. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your night. I hope those of you who are One Piece fans get a chance to watch some of the live action One Piece because it's good stuff. It's very good stuff. And with that said, yeah, have yourselves a fantastic